Hello, welcome and good evening ladies and gentlemen to the continuation of the 7th season of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship as brought to you on the sim racing platform available only on PC, the premier sim racing platform known as iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles. We carry on from where we left off with our season opener last week, given an absolutely astounding opener at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Then we saw plenty of battles up and down the field, whether it be in the overall classification with Wojciech Swirydowicz carrying on from where he left off in the overall Drivers' Championship with 2 wins out of 3 and being chased in earnest by Mikey Doble and also a number of drivers including Andrew Pike to name one of them. Meanwhile in the Pro-Am class we saw some brilliant battling throughout, but we also saw an absolutely stellar start to the season from Ben Trier, who shocked the entire grid with an outstanding pole lap in the Pro-Am class, putting P5 on the grid, only for his race 3 to undermine all his efforts and see him reeled back in by Matthew Addy and Andy Fox. And in the Am class we saw what was a great debut for Sam Bradley, who whilst he was denied a win on all 3 occasions, one thing he did win was the hearts of many with his consistency, giving him a major lead over the unfortunate Mark Kent, who didn't quite go the way of over the course of the day. But what lays in store today as we've made our way here to Germany for round number 2, and well, this circuit, the Hockenheimring at Baden-Württemberg, located in the state from which it takes its name, is a circuit which has evolved multiple times over its extended history. Once run into a local forest and the site of many a major top speed being achieved by many a class of car, it was redesigned in 2002 by Hermann Tilke to be a more technically focused circuit and one that would pander more to the spectators around the circuit. Gone was the charge into the forest, and instead installed was a whole variety of low and medium speed corners and also a number of much shorter straights to bring all the racing together and keep it as tight as possible. And what has been achieved as a result is a circuit that many love and many dislike, but in between there's always something for everyone around here. And as our drivers take to the shortened layout of the circuit, the 3.65 kilometre or 2.29 mile National A layout, they'll find the only thing that's missing from the circuit is the run all the way down towards the Spitzkehrer hairpin via the Parabolica curve, and well, without that it means straights are in short supply, and therefore it's all about doing battle on the brakes and nailing your apexes. But who is going to show themselves to master the technical test on display? Well, that's what we're here to find out today as we welcome you to this broadcast live from circuit side. This broadcast, of course, being brought to you by 3 media platforms for your viewing pleasure. Firstly, you have the 2 official Next Gen Racing media platforms, which are starting with YouTube at youtube.com. Search for Next Gen Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via YouTube. Alternatively, of course, we do have the broadcast being brought to you on Facebook, and that is at facebook.com/groups/Next Gen Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls of Facebook. And last but not least, we do have the unofficial broadcast being brought to you on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141, and welcome to you guys and girls on Twitch. But I hear you ask, who is TX141? Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm your host and commentator for this season, and my name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Brit in the Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And it's great to be in the commentary booth here to bring you the entire season from start to finish. And well, speaking of start to finish for today, our schedule for today is as follows. Times in British Summertime, that's BST, or Universal Coordinate Time +1, UTC +1. And as we've seen, just under 17 minutes time, we'll head into our qualifying session. 15 minutes in duration with all success ballast applied from the outset today. And after that, we make our way into our first race of 3, all within 12 laps in duration. Race number 1 is billed to occur approximately what will be 8:15. That's when it will get underway today. And we'll take a brief breather afterwards before returning at just before 9 o'clock for the build up to race number 2, which is due to get underway at 9 o'clock. Then we do the same again following race number 2 for race number 3. We'll be returning just before 9:45 this evening to bring our final race to the forefront and bring all our proceedings here to a close in Germany. But it's a boiling hot circuit currently, 39 degrees centigrade track temperature, 21 degrees centigrade ambient temperature, and I can tell you one thing, it's going to be getting hot in those cars for our drivers, and could that have an influence in fact on how they perform? Well, we'll definitely find out. But going into today then, of course, let's give you a recap of the calendar so far and what still lies in wait. We've completed round number 1, and on the 23rd of July we got underway in Spain at the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia. Today we're here in Germany at the Hockenheimring, and after today, from the 30th of July, wind forward a week on the 6th of August, we're making our way to Japan for the first of 2 visits this season, and our first venue in Japan will be Fuji International Speedway. After that, we're making our way across the Pacific Ocean to the United States of America for Charlotte Motor Speedway on the 13th of August, and then bringing the first half of the season to a close on the 20th of August with the Circuit Spa-Francorchamps playing host for our first ever 1-hour feature race instead of the standard 3x20 minute sprint race format, and that is going to be one to definitely keep your eyes out for there, as that could entirely mix up the field, given the fact it'll be a full reverse grid for that round in Belgium, but more on that when we get to it. And then we'll have our mid-season break, which will be 2 weeks this time rather than the standard one due to scheduling. But after that, we'll roar away back into the second half of the season on the 10th of September. We'll visit firstly to France for the Circuit de Nevers-Magny-Cours. Then we're making our way over to the United Kingdom for the first of 2 visits. And on the 17th of September, that'll be the Alton Park Circuit, the island layout, the touring car layout, if you will, as used in the BTCC. Then we're making our way back to Japan for the Suzuka International Racing Courses Grand Prix layout. We couldn't go without it. And now, penultimate round, we'll be back in the United Kingdom for the Brands Hatch Grand Prix Circuit on the 1st of October, but we bring the curtain down at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pache on the 8th of October in Brazil, and will wear better to bring a championship to a close than the Brazilian circuit, which definitely has been the scene in many a year of some absolutely dramatic season finales in both the sim racing and real world of motorsport. Perhaps most notably, of course, the infamous Is That Glock moment of the 2007 Formula 1 Championship, if my memory serves me correctly. But coming from our calendar then to our drivers and teams championships going into today. Indeed, we can start to talk a little bit about the standings, but we won't dwell on for too long. And as we can see, starting with the overall drivers championship, Wojciech Swirydowicz starts off with 181 points to 138 of Mikey Doble. A brilliant start for the Polishman, no doubt about that, and one step ahead of the Briton already. But of course now success ballast is in full effect, and therefore we could start to see the gap close, and we're at the batting ever intensify. Don't rule out the sim racing collectors Andrew Pike, who started off strong with a P3 there on 123. After a brilliant set of podiums at the Spanish circuit last time out, he'll be looking to maintain that consistency, which was his goal for this season. Jamie Dory and Benjamin McCluskey complete your top 5 before you come to your first prime driver on the order, and that is in P6, Andy Fox. And well, what a brilliant start to his season on 96 points overall, but conversely, as you'll go on to see, the success pass he takes overall from 6th place versus the success pass he'll take from the Prime Championship standings means he's carrying more weight than he would from the Prime classification, extra 4 kilograms, and we'll tell you why that is definitely going to be something on his mind. And then we have Ben Altria, only a further 4 points behind there in P7, ahead of Matthew Addy. The 3 Prams all tightly wound together. There's Adam Delman and Loris Pascucci who complete your top 10, with the Valkyrie X-Type driver having a great start to his season now on 82 points. Lee Horn sits P11 on his debut in the Pro Class on 64, ahead of Duncan Moraes. And then we have Adam McNally, Isaac Doe and Gavin Garner completing your top 15. Michael Lee starts P16 in terms of today in the championship standings, ahead of Sam Verdolst, with Nick Clemens, James Spencer-Scout and Liam Silkstone completing your top 20. As the medley of pros and prams continues, we start to focus more on prams as we make our way into what is the 21st through to 40th classifications in the overall championship. And as we can see here, Luke Jones right now staying in P21, and then he's got all the hard work to do as he looks to try and push forward after what was a challenging start to his season. The same for Blair, as we can see it sitting there in P22 on 32 points. However, getting some of the better results of the Valkyrie X-Type team on their debut in Spain. And there's Russell Fowler, Jonathan Roberts and Sam Bradley who complete your top 25, with Bradley being your leading AM driver in the overall classification there by a staggering margin of 10 points, and it doesn't sound like much, but for the AMs that is a huge amount of points in the overall championship, all things considered. There's Alan McCain, Ian Manners, Jonathan Collins, Matthew Sheraton and Toby Prosser complete your top 30. Mitchell West sits P31 in a great start to his season in the AM class, ahead of Mark Kemp, with Daniel Fritz, Matt Emmons and Marcel Fritz completing your top 35, and staying on 6 points the theme, Mark Sykes and Josh Brown, with Kevin Smith, Roy Plummer and Craig Tillerson completing your top 40. Outside the top 40, these drivers yet to score any points. As we can see, we do have Tom Delaney, Slavomir Jaworski, Piotr Jegoslewski, Sam Smith, Jake Pitt, Luke Mason. Also there we do have, I do believe, Mark Kurtler, also Gabriel Yilmaz, Alex Meredith, Patrick Falconer, Reese Watt, Costa Chatscontinental, and also there none other than our prime driver of Parkin, who completes the standings. All of these drivers yet to be on the grid, but we're expecting to see plenty of them today. But then coming to the Pram classification, and this is where the driver's points are updated based on Pram finishing positions, it's Ben Aldrea who leads by only 3 points over Matthew Addy, and Andy Fox a further point behind. Indeed, it is incredibly close between these three, and all three drivers have varying results, with Fox perhaps being the most consistent, Aldrea being the fastest on pace, and Addy being between the two of them. Then Duncan Rays sits what is the best part of 40 points behind, ahead of Sam Van Alstale by 7 points, as the Goldwing Motorsports drivers work together to try and chase after teammate Fox. Michael Lee sits P6 ahead of Nick Clibbins, and a further 3 points to James Smazersgow, who had mixed fortunes on his debut in the Pram class, albeit I suspect Smazersgow was of the mindset that he spent a lot of time fighting his teammate Matthew Cheverton, as well as battling with other drivers, and it's Liam Silkstone and Ambler who complete your top 10. And then having P11, Luke Jones, as we mentioned earlier, who is looking for a bit more today on the table, as I caught up with him in the pre-race build-up, and he was saying to me about the fact he didn't quite get to show the pace that he wanted to today. And then Alan McCain sitting P12 ahead of Ian Manners, Matthew Sheraton and Mark Sainz complete your top 15, and it's Toby Prosser P16 there, with yet score any points, Harley Bicknell, Alex Meredith, Jake Peart, Piotr Jegorslewski, and also got other drivers there, Sam Smith and also Andrew Parkin. But then coming to the AM class, last but not least in terms of our Drivers' Championships, and it's Sam Bradley who leads the way by the best part there of 33 points over Mark Kent. And Bradley absolutely consistent and clinical in Spain, whereas Mark Kent was the fastest by a considerable margin, but all that pace was worth for naught when misfortune called him out in 2 races back-to-back. Daniel Fritz, meanwhile, sits a further 3 points behind, joins in 129 with Matt Emmons as the Verano Motorsport outfit chase after Fritz, while the expected favourites for Whiskey Runners racing this season. And it's Josh Brown in P5 on 119 points and a great start to his season, 11 clear of Mitchell West, who's definitely been enjoying better fortunes in the AM class and making his debut in the AM class as of this season compared to Pram in Season 6. Craig Tillerson on 100 points, only 1 clear of Roy Plummer in their great little rivalry. There's Jonathan Collins and Kevin Smith who complete your top 10, both on 90 points. Yet score any points, Costa Chatscontinental, Tom Delaney, Luke Mason, Mike Kurtler, and also none other than Gabriel Yilmaz. But then giving you a quick recap of the team's championship, well, NXTGEN Pink are the defending champions, and they start off by defending their lead on 223 points to the 192 at Doble Sim Racing. Semper Racing sit a further 42 behind, with NXTGEN Blue, also known as Sam Casey's UK, with NXTGEN sitting in P4, and it's SL with NXTGEN Gold in P5 ahead of the Sim Racing Collective, with Goldwing Motorsport there in P7 ahead of Full Tilt Motorsport, and it's iRacing Esports P9 ahead of JW Motorsport to complete those standings as they currently stand. Then coming outside the top 10, it's Pornsling Esports there, sitting in what is a rather comfortable, at the moment, it could be said, P11, 9 points clear of none other than Whiskey Runners Racing. And then we do have Aztec Racing there in P13, 6 clear, in fact 8 clear. No, 6 clear, we got it right the first time, ahead of Mitch West Performance. Then WS Racing Esports complete your top 15. We then do see after that, Verano Motorsport P16 on a single point, and yet score any points, NXTGEN Red, 287 Motorsport, the Pro 2 outfit there at Parkin, and also Valkyrie Excite P20. And, well, we look forward to seeing how those teams get on today as they continue to push forward. So speaking of pushing forward, onwards we go then to our circuit for today, and it is none other than the Hockenheimring Baden-Württemberg's National A layout, as located at the Am Mottodrom in the region of Hockenheim City in the Baden-Württemberg state of Germany. And, well, as our drivers all get set to go racing around here today, of course, on their mind will be the fact that this circuit is extremely technical, and made even more technical so in the fact that it does lack the extended straight at the parabolic curve all the way down to what would be the split scale hairpin at turn number 6. Indeed, instead, we cut that run short and turn it off into what is a squared off hairpin at turns 6 and 7, but otherwise all the other corners are the ones you know and love for this Hockenheimring circuit. And as our drives roar the way around here, it's going to be a charge across the start finish line straight into Nord curve at turn number 1, where track limits are going to be monitored very closely given the fact there's plenty of runoff area there, and if you take the apex curve too high, the car is going to be sent out wide through plenty of understeer. But get it right, and as our drivers make the way on around the circuit, they'll roar the way up towards the Enfert Parabolica curve of turns 2, 3 and 4, and as they make the way out there, they'll be battling with understeer as they try to go full throttle in the charge through the limited Parabolica curve, through the Kinker 5, and onto the brakes of the hairpin at turns 6 and 7 they'll go. Coming out the National A hairpin, it'll then be a run into the Mercedes arena immediately through the left-hander, or the right-angled left-hander at turn number 8, welcoming our drivers, and from there it'll be through the switchback at turn number 9, before they make the way towards Mobile 1 curve at turn number 10. They're a fast sweeping right-hander, it's all about carrying the speed. They'll head into the arena stadium section of turn number 11, where it's all about burying the car into the apex and managing that camber. And if they get it right, they'll slingshot their way out of 11 into 12 and 13, before having to cut their way through turns 14 and 15 at Sud curve to complete a lap and do it all over again. Now, to give you a quick reminder of our rules, we can't go racing without them. This is a fixed setup series with setups right ahead of each and every round. And driver classes shall be finalised as the conclusion of round number 3, and we should point out there are no class changes today. Therefore, all the drivers are staying in the same classes as they were in our season opener. As for our grids, the race 1 grid shall be set based on qualifying, the race 2 grid shall be set based on results of race number 1, and the race 3 grid shall be a reverse grid based on results of race number 2, the reversal position being drawn live from the commentary booth between P13 and P23. Meanwhile, each driver shall have one fast repair available in each race, and our races are expected to conclude around 20 minutes in length, or alternatively 12 laps. They'll be done by lap. Alternatively, if we do see multiple safety cars, they may go up to a 30-minute duration, at which point we call time on each of the races. As for our race stewarding, as we can see here, we continue the theme of an independent race director stewarding the races for track limit infringements and also deploying the safety car. And with regards to those track limit infringements, as we can see there, it's on the 3rd warning upwards that our drivers will be receiving a penalty that's extended all the way to a drive-through penalty on the 5th warning. That's to be served within 3 laps, and racing instance will be reviewed post-round. Success ballast is also in effect and is in full effect today because we are now, I should say, into a 2nd round of the season and is applied on a race-by-race basis overall and in the Prime and Am classes, with the championship standings going into today before penalties were accounted for, seeing the success ballast applied for qualifying and race number 1, and then we update it iteratively for races 2 and 3 based on the results of the preceding race. And you can see on screen here the success ballast. We're not going to go through all of them, but of course, Wojciech Swirydowicz taking immediately that 56.1 kilograms into qualifying and race number 1. And meanwhile, for Andy Fox, given the fact that he was at P3 in the Prime class, well, you would expect that he'd take 16.6 kilograms, but because he is 6th in the overall Drivers' Championship standings, he is uprated to 20.5 kilograms as per the rules and regulations, which is whichever is the high success ballast you're meant to take, you will take it regardless of your standings and your class. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough rules, regulation, everything in between. We are here to go racing today, and as we return to circuit side, well, we do have some of the drivers out there at the moment putting in their final practice laps, including none other than Mikey Doble. And I'm very pleased to say as well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got all of our drivers' liveries loaded today, so that pesky issue that plagued us in what was in round number 1, that issue has gone away, and therefore we're not going to see it happen again today. And well, that is going to work out quite nicely for us in the fact that we don't have to contend with that issue any longer. We have found a way around it, and thank you to all the drivers who supported us and indeed the admin team members who helped us resolve that issue. But going from things we've got fixed to new drivers on the grid today, well, we do have one rather superstar on the grid here, and he has returned after a bit of a hiatus in the NXTCC, and we've seen him every so often taking part in certain rounds, and indeed sometimes the entire season under the BT Motorsport banner. It's none other than Englishman Bobby Thompson, the privateer here in the Hyundai Elantra, who joins us for this round, I think for a few rounds this season potentially, and we are going to see if we can get a quick word with Bobby in the build-up to today as he makes his way on down there towards what is the National A hairpin. Just conscious not to try and grab a word with him too soon for the fact that right now he is going to be going into a braking zone, but we will be trying to grab a word with him very shortly to see whether we can get his thoughts before he goes racing. And in fact, I might be able to get a word with him now, as we do get a patch through to the car with Bobby. Bobby, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you. How you doing, mate?
All good, thank you, Bobby. But more importantly, how are you doing? It's great to see you back on the grid for a bit of NXTCC action.
To tell you the truth, mate, I'm pulling my hair out. I'm about a second off, and regretting my car choice. But we're going to roll with it. Try and pick up some positions tonight with other people's misfortune.
Well, fingers crossed for you, and it does sound as though it is the right approach today. If you haven't got the pace out there, pick up through consistency and avoid the misfortunes of others. But I have to ask, how are you feeling for this Hockenheimring circuit? A very technical circuit. In a way, you could say it's like some of the circuits in the UK. Yeah,
exactly right. I've been spending a lot of time doing Carrera Cup on here, so it's a little bit different for me. Sorry, 1 second. This is the first time I've driven the car since the new tyre model, so I'm still learning that at the moment. It feels completely different to me, so yeah, just learning.
Well, we look forward to seeing how it goes and how much you learn as you go. But just before we do let you go, of course, we've seen yourself and a few teammates in the past run in Velosters in the NXTCC. I do have to ask, is this the start of perhaps a return to the grid on a more permanent basis?
Yeah, I'll try to. We were just talking about that with Mikey Doble, actually. I'd love to do more. It's just real life racing, and that takes away the time, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll definitely try and do as many as I can.
Well, Bobby, it's a pleasure. We'll leave you to it. Good luck out there, and we'll see you in the races.
Thank you very much.
So hearing it there from none other than Bobby Thompson, and hearing some fault with regards to his run into today, and talking about the fact that he seems to feel as though he's picked the wrong car for the occasion, and well, goodness me, therefore he's got quite a bit of work cut out for him. But at the same time as well, it's talking about the fact that in the end it's all going to be a learning experience, and just focusing on doing what he can and picking up from potentially the misfortunes of others as the evening goes on. And that's sometimes what you've got to do. If you're not feeling comfortable behind the car and you haven't had perhaps as much time as you'd like to get dialed in, then you've got to simply focus on what you can do. And in the season, the opportunities presented to you, and we look forward to seeing whether the privateer in the number 19 is able to do so in an all-black livery here, but in the pro class. But he's not just the only newcomer on the grid today, albeit a lot of returning names, we should say, including Bobby himself. Here's another one for Whiskey Runners Racing, Alex Meredith, the prime driver here, the fast and furious Alex Meredith, no doubt about it. He's had multiple championship campaigns in the prime class, and none of them have quite gone all the way through to successful championships in the end. He's come close on multiple occasions. Last season did seem to be a little bit of a breaking point for Alex in the fact he started off strong, but in the mid-portion of the season it all seemed to fall apart like a pack of cards. But he's here back again today to start off his campaign after an extended break, and we look forward to seeing how he gets on in the Hyundai Elantra, his ever faithful machine. He's always put his faith behind it, and we're going to see if that faith is invested well as we head into qualifying, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today. As the circuit falls silent and we transition into qualifying, the big question many will be asking is, what can we expect here in terms of the fortunes of our drivers' machines? Was they all immediately try to roar their way out the pit lane? Indeed, it's going to be very tight and tasty there. One driver making his way out. Indeed, number one driver in terms of door number, number one driver in terms of status and championship points at the moment, albeit it's early days in the season, and it is none other than Wojciech Swirydowicz. And why is he number one? Well, the big question here is the fact that he gets his way out the pit lane, and well, he's shown a lot of pace, but also we talk about him being number one in terms of expectations here, in the fact that he is driving the car that many are thinking, at the moment at least, does seem to be very strong on the current balance points, and that is the Honda Civic Type R. Now, to be fair, that's not to say the Veloster or the Elantra from Hyundai's offerings, or indeed the German offering from the Audi RS3, are not going to be competitive at certain circuits, but for this circuit in particular, the Honda is exactly in its element. Simple reason being, you haven't got too many long straights or straights which are going to expose 5th and 6th gear for the Honda for too long, so therefore it doesn't lose out. But what it does have is plenty of heavy braking zones, plenty of low and medium speed corners, and that's exactly where the Honda does best. Particularly under heavy braking, it can brake later than the other three machines available, and in turn, if set up right in terms of the brake bias you run and the comfort you have with the car, keep in mind it's fixed setups and our drivers are only allowed to touch the brake bias on the car, nothing else. It does mean you can really get that rotation to work for you, and that's what Swirydowicz will be looking to try and do. But of course, he does have that plentiful success ballast on the car, and that is going to be on his mind in terms of trying to manage the car throughout, and we'll have to wait and see where he's able to do so. But as he makes his way into his first flying lap, it does look as though this qualifying session, it has been scheduled for 20 minutes rather than 15 minutes, and I suspect the reason for that may be due to the fact that this is a very tight circuit. Swirydowicz there takes a bit too much apex curve. You can see the rear of the car cutting ground there as the rear right tyre came off the curb, and we're not quite in the optimum grip zone yet, and therefore pushing a little bit too soon. We have got a bit of a longer qualifying session here, given the short length of the circuit and how crowded it's going to be, just to give our drivers an extra 5 minutes to get every opportunity to get a lap in, and I believe this is going to be the exception, not the norm for this season. But meanwhile, speaking of norms that we are going to see, as we do say hello there to Katie Eames in the Facebook chat, who I hope you're doing well, Katie, and seeing a Bobby Thompson on the grid. Indeed, we just had the chance to catch a word with Bobby, Katie, and he's all excited for today and happy to be back on the grid for a couple of rounds this season, if not more, depending on real-life motorsport commitments, of course. And we also see Katie there cheering on at Verano Motorsport. And speaking of Verano, well, we're going to see their liveries in the full flesh here. Indeed, we didn't get to see them last time out, and here is one of them, and that is the car Matt Emmons there, number 72. And Matt had a good start to his season last time out, putting in a good performance in the AM class. Looking for more today, no doubt about it. But the key point being that he's been able to start off strong, and therefore there's going to be plenty more to come the way for the Verano Motorsport driver alongside teammate Kevin Smith. Albeit Kevin in the end being involved in a few altercations over the course of the racing distance. Indeed, a lot of stewarding incidents being investigated, not just in relation to Kevin, but some involving him. And I do believe he may have picked up a few instant points. Indeed, a number of drivers didn't get quite away with it at the end of the racing in Spain, particularly after race number 3 saw, I think, the Tempest Flare and the Red Mist descend. But still, it's going to be a reset today for many a driver, and all about getting their heads down. As meanwhile, we also see here Piotr Jegosławski on the grid once more, and the prime driver from Semper Racing in the Audi RS3, and looking to carry on from where he left off in Season 6 with what was a very solid campaign for a top 10 finish, and looking to go further for a top 5 potentially at the end of this season. And Jegosławski, one of those drivers who every round was enjoying it more and more, and his pace was just getting better and better, and we absolutely love to see it. But as he makes his way on through and in towards the Mercedes arena, well, coming up from our prime driver to an AM driver returning to the grid as of today, and that is none other than Costa Chatscontinental, albeit the car not out on circuit at the moment, I believe not in the car either in the pit lane, but we will try and get you a view of his car in due course. But what we can definitely do is look to some of the JW Motorsport cars, and well, today, ladies and gentlemen, they are running new liveries on the cars, new liveries for Season 7. They were running their old liveries as of round number 1, and the reason for that was because their designer wasn't on the grid. But we're looking here at none other than the driver of Patrick Falconer, or Paddy as he's known to friends, in the number 96 Audi RS3, and look at those cars absolutely gleaming in that new design. And well, that design courtesy of none other, I do believe, than the man himself, Reese Watt. And well, the pro driver absolutely excited to be back on the grid today. And well, I did catch up with his teammate Luke Jones in the build up to tonight, and he was saying to me, first and foremost, he wanted a special shout out on the broadcast for Reese, in the fact that Reese put all that time and effort into getting those liveries looking as fantastic as they are. And we can see Reese there just following behind Patrick, his teammate, and well, a brilliant job done there by Reese, no doubt about it, as they make the way on down towards turn number 1 for another qualifying lap. And as they make the way into turn 1, well, I did also have the opportunity to catch up with Reese down in the garage at the JW Motorsport team a couple of days before this, just talking to him about his expectations for this season. And what he was saying to me is the fact that going to pro, this is the first time he's going to be in the pro class as of his NXTCC career, is a huge step up, and therefore his focus first and foremost is on consistency for his maiden season in the pro class. It's been a weakness, and to be fair, he's pretty much spot on with regards to this analysis of himself. I think he's been doing a lot of retrospection between Season 6 and Season 7, but he was talking about the fact his biggest weakness has been in the first half of every NXTCC season. He's always struggled in the first half of the season, but as soon as the second half of the season comes about, he suddenly seems to find the momentum. So his target is to eliminate that inconsistency in the first half of the season, as well as develop himself as now a pro driver. He's decided to stick with the Audi RS3 due to limited time to test other cars, but he's looking absolutely happy with the fact that he's put the new livery on the car, and with that, we're absolutely beaming about it. When I asked about the new livery down in the pit lane, he said he's absolutely proud to see it on the car, shining high. And he's expecting to continue his battles with his prime peers who have also been promoted to the pro class, including Lee Horn, also Marcel Fritsch and Adam McNally. And he's also wearing some of the faster primes who stayed in prime for this season, including Nick Clemens, Sam Van Olst, Alex Meredith and Matthew Cheverton. So it's definitely going to be one of those whereby what's going to be looking behind him just as much as he'll be looking in front of him, and we wish him all the best in his campaign. As he makes his way on down the start-finish straight, one of the JW Motorsport drivers not on the grid today is Ian Manners, I do believe. Unfortunately, due to timing commitments, he's not quite going to be able to make it. And also, we are still missing Harley Bicknell, and a special message from Luke Jones. And indeed, I think from all of us down the NXTCC paddock, which is, Harley, if you are tuning in right now, we miss you, and we'd love to see you back on the grid for another season of the NXTCC. But until then, we'll have to just continue to remember our memories of some of your brilliant performances from Season 6. Indeed, there were quite a few in the AM class. But there we go, as we get towards what is the 7.5 minute point of this qualifying session. And let's talk a little bit now about how qualifying is playing out currently. And well, as we can see, currently fastest drivers out there, Adam Delman and Lee Horn, separated by a single tenth from each other. And it does look as though Delman right now just able to out-edge his fellow Honda driver. The Honda's coming on strong as we expected them to, basically speaking to the drivers and what we've seen in the balance of performance of the cars over the first round, indeed the pre-season practice. But meanwhile, in in the Prime class. It's Sam Van Olst who right now is holding on to that accolade of being the fastest Prime out there, P11 overall, and will 4 tenths off overall pole, but a sizable, what is there, almost 2.5 tenths clear of Alex Meredith, who's P2 Prime, and keeping in mind, of course, that Van Olst does have a little bit of success balance in this car, I do believe, or he might be close to it. In fact, no, he does not. I can confirm he doesn't have success balance as I double check my notes and the standings. But what I can tell you, neither does Alex Meredith, but Van Olst right now absolutely making that Audi RS3 work. And you're seeing pit stops here from the drivers, and we talked about this a little bit in qualifying in round number 1 last time out, in the fact that we are expecting drivers to have to be a bit more tactical in qualifying, given the change in the tyre model for the touring car class, in the fact they can't push the tyres as much as they would like, and the tyres are expected to go off rather rapidly here. And in terms of when I had the chance to catch up with Jamie Dory in the build-up to today, he was saying to me that he's expecting the tyres to fall away in the races by the midway point if you've got a sizable amount of success balance. So by about lap 6 or 7, your pace will start to really fall out the car, and for those not running success balance, he reckons it's going to be about lap 8 or 9. That's where we'll start to see the pace trimmed off, and if anybody can protect those front tyres, then they will be doing themselves a huge justice in being able to potentially extend their pace deep into the race and pick up some places. And another driver who echoed that sentiment was none other than Wojciech Swirydowicz, as you see him making his way there through the National A hairpin. And as he does so, and I had the chance to catch up with him, a brief word from him was the fact that he's expecting to do well once again and looking forward to it, but also mindful of the fact that success balance will now definitely be something to try and peel him on back, but he's going to try and prove people wrong, and already doing that. Currently P3 in this qualifying session provisionally, when it goes to show you, even with 56.1 kilograms of success balance in that Honda Civic Type R, there does not seem to be anything that can stop this man in the number 1. As he makes his way on through. Another driver as well I had the chance to have a word with, and also he talked a lot about the tyre considerations, was none other than Andy Fox, who you can see here for Doble Motorcycles in the number 21. Currently down in P27 overall, P10 in Pro-Am in this qualifying session, and well, I think matching what he expected in terms of his pre-race faults to me, in the fact that he was saying to the fact that he's got the 20.5 kilograms of success balance, so 4 kilograms more than what he originally anticipated, and therefore that is going to make this round incredibly tough with regards to losing time per lap by having the weight by default, because you're going to accelerate more mass out the corners. That's cost him a couple of attempts, but also the very aggressive tyre wear that comes with it on those front tyres. He's going to approach this round, however, the same as he did in round number 1, which is not setting himself any major expectations other than achieving consistency and also staying out of trouble. Those will be his main foci. And with regard to a win, well, he missed out on a win last time out. Well, he expects that a win may be a little bit distant here today, given the fact he's expecting the Hondas to be extremely strong, especially in sector 3, so the final third of the lap, which we've just seen him come to the end of. That's where the Honda should absolutely deliver, whereas the Audi, conversely, is going to be very strong in the opening sector, so the start-finish straight all the way through to the midpoint of what is the parabolica curve down towards the national hairpin. But after that, the Audi will start to not quite have the pace compared to some of its peers, so therefore for Fox it's all going to be about firstly just getting the car to end of each race and trying to beat as many cars as he can along the way, but not expecting to be on the winning step of the podium if he does find himself on that podium. But we'll have to wait and see whether he can make some miracles happen. We also do have some penalties going into this round, and you won't be seeing the driver out on grid for this qualifying session. That's the main penalty. That's, I think, the only penalty, and that is Mark Sykes, as we look to a different Mark in the form of Mark Kent, more of Mark Kent in a brief moment. But Mark Sykes not permitted to take part in qualifying, as he has changed car since round 1. He started the season in the Hyundai Elantra. He's gone back to his stalwart, the Audi RS3, and with that, of course, a car change mid-season, it does come with a penalty. Firstly, you're not allowed to qualify in the next round of racing, but secondly, as we have a major shunt for a car off camera. I believe that was the car, I think, of, well, I'm not quite sure. I think that might have been, well, it was not Stamir Jarvosky. We're trying to understand who that was who had a major off track. I think it may have been Luke Jones, but the point being that Mark Sykes will be taking a qualifying ban for this round, plus also a 55-point drop in his championship performance. But as our drivers continue to push on through, we come to Mark Kent, and well, currently provisional pole sitter in the AM class, and you might already be getting echoes of round number 1, and indeed you'd be right if so, because it was Kent who had absolutely delivered and demolished in qualifying in the AM class, but it all went wrong in race number 1, and it became a day of having to redeem himself after that pole lap, and he'll be hoping it's not the same today. He can just get on with the job. But he makes his way on through the last couple of corners. Let's jump on board with Ken as he takes us around for a flying lap of the Hockenheimring circuit. So he makes his way across the start-finish line in towards turn at number 1 on visual pulses onto the brakes then. The 50-meter board drops the gear, a small dab of the brakes, holds fourth gear as he makes his way on through, and now down towards turn number 2. Flat out as he goes here, up to 5th gear as late as possible, and now onto the brakes, the 100-meter board, slamming down the gearbox to what is 2nd gear, 1st gear at the apex at turn number 3, as he exits out, now going for the left-hander at turn number 4, but on the 3rd gear, flat out all the way down towards the National A hairpin, as he maintains the throttle, keeps the go to the left-hand side, because he'll want to be on the outside for the braking zone for the hairpin. And now coming on to the anchors here at the 100-meter board, having to trail brake to get the way over the front and then start to get the car to rotate. Down to 1st gear as he connects the dots between turns 6 and 7, and as he exits 7 now into the Mercedes arena. It's a short switchback run, breaking the 50 board there, down to 1st gear, nice and tight to the apex, keeping the car to the left-hand side in order to open up turn number 9, the right-hander as he takes plenty of apex curb, and as he makes his way out to the right-hander, onwards he goes towards turn number 11, and will now full throttle all the way into the sweeping right-hander, holding 4th gear, drops to 3rd, a lot of understeer crept in there, the front tyres not liking the amount of speed he wanted to carry, and as Ken heads into turn number 11 now, in fact that was 10 back there, now he goes for 11, getting on numbering right, coming out to turn number 11 into 12 and 13, and well for Ken, I think they're having to back off, and in the end backing off completely, going to the outside, not happy with the end of the lap, and will understandably so, given the fact they all seem to fall away from him at turn number 10, for the car not wanting to turn in, and therefore having to do it again in due course. But meanwhile, speaking of drivers who pushed themselves up there, Daniel Fritz has just moved himself all the way into what is P35, or more importantly for him, what is provisional P2 in the AM class, and meanwhile now into provisional pole position in the AM class, Matt Emmons currently P28 out there, and will AM pole by the best part of what is none other than 2/10 with Mitchell West now going into P32, so everyone continues to improve out there as they push on, and we're hearing down the pit lane that Costa Chat's Constanzo, who has also given us a message in the YouTube chat, and sorry to hear that he's having technical issues, and hopefully you can get those fixed, Costa. But in the meantime, as we head in towards the final 5 minutes of this qualifying session, this extended qualifying session for today, which is definitely going to push our schedule back to a degree, well, it does mean that right now everything is going to be on what will be the precipice here in terms of trying to find a bit more time. And well, as we look to Adam Delman coming into the pit lane, he'll be going in for a new set of boots. It will be the last set of tyres he does take on board with this qualifying session, I suspect, but he'll be hoping there's just a bit more out there and he can deliver the pace from it. As he makes his way on down pit lane. Meanwhile, Nick Clibbin's current provisional Pro-Am pole sitter in the iRacing Esports Honda Street Tyre bar, and will currently P9 overall as well, with that holding what is just under a 10th over Alex Meredith, who is 2nd place for P11. But in the battle for overall pole, it's Adam Delman who's your pole sitter, but only a 10th behind him, if that, is Wojciech Swirydowicz right now. And well, our championship leader is continuing to find little slivers of pace here and there. I suspect also trying to siphon some slipstream if he can, but with the slipstream not worth as much here at the Hockenheimring, only really worth the time going over the start finish straight through turn 1 and all the way on the run down towards the National A hairpin. So really the first sector lap is where you want the toe, but then you don't want it for the rest lap because it does invoke understeer in the car, and if you've got some tyres that are quite heavily heated up and been pushed hard, that understeer will multiply with the lack of grip that the front tyres have already, and it normally means that you'll start to compromise your lap and not gain any more time. But Swirydowicz heads the timeline faster in Sector 1 compared to his previous best, but not improving Sectors 2 and 3. Delman meanwhile on an outlap, and Lee Horn only a further what is 1.5 hundredths behind, as the pro driver here pushing on and looking strong right now. Can he find a bit more with Jamie Dory almost a 10th off him there? So it looks like our top 3 in the 3 Hondas really forming a field of their own, and then it's a Veloster to siphon its way into what is that pack of Hondas in terms of your top 6, with Jamie Dory being the only Hyundai in the top 6 right now. Everything else is a Honda, and what highest place Audi is another, Sam Van Olst is P13. But as we do see Horn making his way down towards turn number 2, Jamie Dory making his way on through the switchback at turn number 9, up towards 10 he goes. In front of him there, the Valkyrie Excite Pro Honda, and I do believe that just in front of him that is none other than the car of Loris Pascucci, who right now in P17 is qualifying session. And look how tight it is to be inside what is the top 20. When I say that to be inside the top 20, it's a separation of 7/10. To be inside the top 29 right now, it's an entire second separating all top 29 drivers, and then you've only got a further 23 thousandths to Matthew Addy in P30, so it's extremely close, and all the drivers absolutely having to push on right now. And as they make the way on through, it does look as though all the drivers right now absolutely are having to try and find those last little bits of time in this qualifying session to the closing lap, but it is getting closer and closer as Mikey Doble leaving the pit lane here. He's left it quite late to go back out, but I think his idea is with 2 minutes to go, he's going to have a rather aggressive out lap and then just absolutely attack the tyres on that final qualifying lap. Given the lap time here is 1.5 minutes, he's left it very tight. I think he's going to cross the line with about 10 to 15 seconds to spare to go into his final lap, but for Doble, this is going to be a roll of the dice here, and I think he's just going to simply just attack the next lap and try to get the most out of these tyres with a car that's very light on fuel, we suspect, given the fact he's been out there for a sizable part of the qualifying session, but we'll have to see. But also on top of that, is anybody else improving out there? That's the bigger question right now. We've got a lot of drivers in the pits, including Adam Manali, Alex Meredith, Bobby Thompson and Sam Van Olst. Also none other than Valentina and Blair, who's in the pit lane, but nobody right now really finding better time out there, and it could be that the circuit is starting to go away. But some surprises in terms of qualifying performances. We do have a surprise from Sam Bradley, AM Championship leader going into this round, so he does have some weight in the car, but currently down in P43 and really off pace compared to where we saw him last time out in Spain, albeit he was better in the races than he was in qualifying, it should be said. So perhaps that is going to be a trait of his for the season, which he won't want to make too much of a habit of. He'd like to also be a bit better in qualifying, but I suspect to also get into grips with the weight in the car, and therefore for what is the number 69 drive from SO with Next Gen Gold, it is going to be a learning experience. But that's what it's all about, being in the AM class. You're here to learn and gradually work your way towards becoming a prime and eventually a pro, and it's a long journey. A number of drivers have made the transition from prime to pro over the years. Meanwhile, in the AM class, we're already seeing some drivers making the way in towards prime as the season 6 into season 7, and could we see more make that transition come the end of this season? But as Bradley makes his way down towards what is the hairpin National A there, you can see the car slithering sideways under brake, and that rear end wanting to cut loose. But then again, you want a loose rear end under rotation, but at the same time as well, you've got to keep that car steady. And with 5 seconds left on the clock, the question is, did Mikey Doble get on around? He did. He is on his final flying lap. In fact, he was there a little bit sooner than we expected, so therefore he is going to get this lap in. But now final lap time's coming in, and Wayne Douglas is improving down in P14. He comes to the line, improves in the middle sector, so it's a purple middle sector. Douglas goes P13 of 33.073, so that middle sector really clinching the deal there. But can he stay inside the top 15? We'll have to see. Remembering, of course, in the overall drivers championship, our pro drivers, that's what they battle for. They only score points for the overall top 15 finishing positions. That's regardless. Well, in fact, that does include whether pro-ams and ams are in there as well. They'll take the points in the places. Michael Lease is into the pit lane off camera. Meanwhile, have we got anybody else out there on improving lap? Nobody really improving at the moment, regardless of where they are in the field. Even outside the top 35, nobody finding any time. This is really looking to be a qualifying session where the best laps came in the opening 10 minutes, and after this, everyone really just trying to desperately find some time. But Adam Delmont comes to line. He's gone purple in the final sector, and Delmont improves his pole lap with a 32.684, improves it by 100th, but that can be the difference. Marcel Fritsch moves to P26 off camera with a 33.488, but it looks like Adam Delmont here absolutely delivering. He knows it's on camera, flashing the lights there. He feels though he's got this pole position in the bag. Can Swirydowicz find a way to respond given the respective deltas in success bars? Swirydowicz personal best in sector 1, does not improve in sector 2. Can he find it all in the final sector? A distant toe of a teammate Javotsky as they come to the line. Will Swirydowicz here, can he close the gap from a whole 10th? No, he cannot. He practically hits the same lap as he previously did, the only difference being by a 1,000th to his previous bears. But Swirydowicz is confirmed P2 unless anybody can find a lap out there. Jamie Dory on a cool down lap, the same for Jonathan Rodriguez, and I do believe that is qualifying complete, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, in the Pro-Am class, it is Nick Clibbens who has taken Pro-Am pole, his first class pole of the season, on a brilliant lap there, 132.96 the nearest 100th, and put in the best part of a 10th between himself and Alex Meredith, who will start P11 2 places down. And in the AM class, Matt Emmons takes his first AM pole position position, and that will be in what is P29 for Verano Motorsport. Congratulations to him. Meanwhile, for Sam Cases with Sam Cases UK with Next Gen, it's been a difficult qualifying session for Matthew Addy. P31 will be the best he achieves as we bring the curtain down this qualifying session. Indeed, our drivers out there at the moment on cool-down laps as time is called, and it's time to head to the grid for our first race of the day. So as our drivers make their way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up for our first race of round number 2 of the NXTCC Season 7, powered by Doble Motorcycles and hosted on iRacing. Adam Delmont takes a maiden pole position for the season for SO and NXTGEN Gold on a 32.684. He is joined on the front row of the grid by Wojciech Swirydowicz for Semper Racing. Behind them, Lee Horn starts P3 for Sam Cases for NXTGEN, and he is joined by Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing. We have Jamie Dory P5 for NXTGEN Ping ahead of Valkyrie X-Type's Jonathan Robrex, who is qualified exactly where he'd like to be, I suspect, and taking his spot on the third row of the grid after a difficult debut in Spain. P7 goes to Benjamin McCluskey for NXTGEN Ping ahead of Doble Sim Racing's Mikey Doble, with Nick Clearance, your prime pole sitter, starting at P9. He's joined in the iRacing Esports car. He'll be joined by SO and NXTGEN Gold's Adam McNally, who starts P10. And then we'll have on row number 6, starting off the run outside the top 10, Alex Meredith Besteres P11 for Whiskey Runners Racing. We now have Bobby Thompson on his debut, starting P12 the privateer. A good qualifying points for Thompson, albeit I think he would have liked to have qualified inside the top 10, but still, he'll take a P12 and know there's plenty of places to be gained. Behind them, it's going to be on row number 7, the combination of Wayne Douglas for NXTGEN Ping and Sam Van Olst for Goldwing Motorsport, with Van Olst having a strong qualifying performance and plenty to watch out for from the Belgian. Then we have Ben Altrier starts P15 for Full Tilt Motorsport, joined on the 8th row of the grid by Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports, with Luis Pascucci starting P17 for Valkyrie X-Type and having the company of Michael Lees for JW Motorsport on row number 9. Row number 10 will go to Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Race, and iRace Esports is Alan McCain. And then behind them on the grid, it will be starting P21, Reese Watt for JW Motorsport, and Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective. And Pike having a difficult qualifying session, it would seem, not quite able to recreate the magic from Spain. Gavin Garner starts P23 for NXTGEN Ping ahead of Sam Smith for iRace Esports, and then we will have on row number 13 Andy Fox for Goldwing Motorsport and Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports. Keep your eyes out for both of them, they'll look to fight their way through the field. Patrick Falconer starts P27 for JW Motorsport ahead of Valkyrie X-Type's Valentin Ambler, and behind the Frenchman we do have your Ampol sitter P29 on the grid, Verano Motorsport's Matt Emmons in a great qualifying performance, and he'll be looking to seize upon that ahead of Slavomir Jarvosky, the pro driver for Semper Racing, who's qualified well down the order and will know he'll need a remedy for that. Matthew Addy starts P31 for Sam Cases for NXTGEN. He's joined on the 16th row of the grid by fellow Pram driver Luke Jones for JW Motorsport, who's looking to have a stronger day today over the course of the racing, but he's got a lot of work to do from P32. Joe Doble starts P33 for Doble Sim Racing ahead of Mitchell West, who takes second place in the AM class for Mitch West performance. A great qualifying performance there for the Australian driver, and he'll be looking to push forward from the 17th row of the grid. Duncan Moraes starts P35 on row number 18 for Goldwing Motorsport, joined by Piotr Jegoslewski for Semper Racing. And then we do have on row number 19 Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runners Racing and fellow AM driver and teammate Daniel Fritz. And then we do have P39 Liam Silkstone for SO and NXTGEN Gold, and completing the top 40 Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing. And then we'll have Mark Kent starting P41 for Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Craig Tillerson for Verano Motorsport. Sam Bradley starts P43 for SO and NXTGEN Gold ahead of NXTGEN Red's Roy Plummer. And then we'll have James Spencersgow and Mark Sykes starting P45 and P46 respectively for Aztec Racing and what is Sam Cases with NXTGEN. And I believe we also do have behind them Costa Chatscontinental for 287 Motorsport and Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing in this grid of what will be 48 cars. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we look to the front of the grid and we are almost ready to go racing. And when we do, well, we are going to have what will be 48 cars, and we are going to be having a small delay to the race start procedure, ladies and gentlemen. And to quickly explain, there has been a technical issue for a couple of drivers on the grid, and therefore they are currently in the process of rejoining the iRacing lobby. So therefore there is going to be a bit of a delay, and so you may be getting flashbacks to the delay that we did see at Daytona at the end of season 6, which definitely lasted quite the eternity due to a number of technical issues for a number of drivers. But we got underway racing there, so I can promise you the racing is going to come, and when it does do do so. Adam Delmont, your pole sitter, will be feeling confident he should be able to run away with this to take victory, albeit he would have been until this man, Wojciech Swirydowicz, in the number 1 for Semper Racing, has proven, even with 56 kilograms of success ballast in the car, he can still put it on P2 and still only be at a 10th, if that, off the pole. And well, how will it play out between the two of them, as we have had the 30-second countdown called for our drivers now. If they're not on the grid in 30 seconds, they will be starting the race from the pit lane. And as all of our drivers get themselves set, well, it is now all about being itching to go for the green flag. And K-Team saying in the Facebook chat, let's hope Delmont doesn't fluff the start this week. We'll have to see after his stalled start in Spain. Who's it going to be who leads into turn 1? Will it be Delmont? Will it be Swirydowicz? Or could Horn and Doble behind find a way on through? Well, lights are going on, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time today. And here in Germany, the engines will roar. It's touring car racing class action as we get 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for our first race of the day, as Adam Delmont gets a reasonable start, but Swirydowicz now starts to pick up in the second phase. But as they make the way in towards turn number 1, it's Delmont who leads. They roar their way through and making their way onwards now towards turn number 2. The field serpentines its way on down towards the braking zone. We have had an instant further back. I believe it's Valentin and Blair has been caught up an instant, but otherwise most drivers have survived the opening couple of corners. And Swirydowicz right now on the attack versus Delmont, but not able to find his way through, as Nick Clemens also retaining P9 as they make the way through the hairpin and onto the parabolic sweep they go. But we have had Mark Kent involved in altercation as well down towards the turn 2 hairpin. But as they make the way now roaring on down, some losses for Bobby Thompson, losing 2 places off the race start, but looking to go for the dive into the inside international A hairpin. He can't quite find it as they go 2 by 2 contact there between what is, I believe, the 66 of none other than NXTGEN Pink. I believe that may be Gavin Gardner, and that has turned a number of cars around. Some Goldwing Motorsport cars pointing in the wrong direction as all the field tries to segue its way around. Further contact there, it's the Semper Racing car being turned backwards, and it taps the rear of Marcel Fritsch's car, and that, I believe, was Samir Jaworski going backwards into the Mercedes arena. It's pandemonium on the second half of the lap, and we'll have to try and understand what exactly has happened as they make the way on down the round. But as they do, and our drivers roaring their way onwards now in towards what is turn number 10, things do calm down for a moment, and well, in the AM class, just in time as well as Daniel Fritz under pressure from Craig Tillerson. Tillerson had a great start to this race, and we are going to have a safety car, ladies and gentlemen, for the open lap instant, and therefore when our leader gets to the line, we will be under safety car conditions. But as he does so, Adam Delmont comes to the line. He leads after 1 lap of racing, but now the pace will be brought down, and as all our drivers do come to a gradual slow, well, it gives us an opportunity to take a recap of what exactly has happened in the opening lap of racing, as everyone puts the anchors on here and calms things down. And as you can see here, Wayne Douglas, I think, looking for a move on Bobby Thompson, but not able to find it, and instead having to now wait his turn, and knowing that opportunity has not come. But as they all come down, we've got multiple drivers into the pits, and well, Gavin Gardner was not the driver we saw in the altercation with the Goldwing Motorsport Audi of Sam Knowles. Indeed, that was the 66 we saw having the inside tap, and that was Wayne Douglas in the contact. But Gavin Gardner has been caught in a separate incident, or part of the wider incident, and we will understand what exactly happened there as we do get our replays underway. But let's start off then with our replay of the race down the order from the onboard of Wayne Douglas's perspective. And well, starting that mid-pack, got a good start off the line, having started from P13 on the outside into turn 1, and will absolutely launch the car well, going into the corner here, just having to try and get himself nicely covered off, albeit tucked in behind Alex Meredith there, and the Whiskey Runners Racing driver in him going battle with the Goldwing Motorsport car that was on his inside. And as they made their way down towards turn number 1, Douglas coming off the inside here, feeling confident, feeling safe, and able to just put the car nice and tight on the inside of turn 2, start the run out of 3 in towards 4, but Meredith around the outside, then the Elantra able to bury the throttle, and Douglas being able to take the space on the outside there and giving up the breathing room. But this is where things start to get a bit contentious on the run down towards what was the hairpin. You can see here Douglas and Thompson battling one another. Douglas on the inside goes in a bit deep as a result of Thompson putting the pressure on him, turns around what is the Goldwing Motorsport car there of an Ulster, and that led to the chain reaction, which also picked up none other than Russell Fowler, as Fowler tried to get himself back together. 2 Goldwing Motorsport cars being turned around. Goldwing Motorsport having a nightmare start to today, and in the end Fowler also in a separate incident of his own having to pick the pieces up. What happened meanwhile to Valentin and Blair at the race start, and this was the start from his perspective on the exterior camera in the number 4. Valentin side by side with Slavomir Jaworski, turned across the front. Also being collected there was Matthew Addy, and then Blair in the end into the wall, and nasty shun. Addy able to carry on, but a nightmare start to the race for them. We also had an incident for Mark Kent. What happened to Mark Kent at race start? Well, this was coming down towards what was turn number 2, and in the end, oh goodness me, I think a bit of contact with another car that sent into the grass, lost control, and in the end end up spearing across the SO and Next Gen car Sam Bradley, and Kent being turned fully around there. Nightmare start for him. And then the big question, of course, is what exactly happened to Russell Fowler at what was the run into the national hairpin. We take a look at what happened to Matt Emmons here firstly, and well, I think this was just him going nice and tentatively through, so in the end avoiding any major contact, or did he? Oh no, he didn't in the end, had to slam on the brakes, and in the end a car alongside him had nowhere to go. That was Piotr Jigoslewski who gave him a bit of contact, I believe. Well, in fact, I might be mistaken, because that looked like a Hyundai Elantra for Semper Racing and not an Audi RS3, but one of the Hyundai Elantras for Semper Racing definitely making the contact, and well, that will explain the majority of the stories with regards to what was the race start. But as we return to your live racing pictures, ladies and gentlemen, we are still under safety car conditions at this time, and what a nightmare start for a number of drivers. We say hello to Catherine Meredith, who of course will be cheering on none other than Alex Meredith, and with regards to Alex, it all did go a little bit not in the right direction at the start of the race, but he is still in at this race, and when I say didn't go in the right direction, he wanted to go forwards in terms of gain places, but in the end he didn't technically lose any places. I've told in my ear that the safety car is coming in at the end of this lap, so thank you to the race director, doing a fantastic job as always, alongside our safety car driver. With the safety car about to come in, ladies and gentlemen, we look to race leader Adam Delmont. He's going to decide when we go racing once more, and as he makes his way through the final corner, does he go? Yes, he does, and we are back underway, ladies and gentlemen, for what is at least another 11 laps here at the Hockenheimring as they roar their way down. But look at this restart from Wojciech Swirydowicz, extremely close as they head in towards turn number 1, and Swirydowicz absolutely nailing the restart there to get close behind Delmont, and Delmont I think trying to fox his rival, but in the end being outwitted by the Semper Racing machine, as the SO NXTGEN Gold car will feel safe at the moment whilst they get the tyre temperatures back up to the optimum region. But will Swirydowicz look for a potential lunge before Delmont is able to try and eke a bit of a gap? Because keep in mind, of course, that Delmont with less success ballast in the car, he'll have the acceleration on the straights and the arguably the top speed. But if Swirydowicz can stay close enough for long enough, he may be able to go all in on the brakes here. But even so, you would imagine he may just be targeting finishing P2, and that in itself will be a huge achievement. But meanwhile, as the field makes its way processionally down into the hairpin, meanwhile one driver driving out procession is Reese Watt as he tries to look for the move up the inside here into the hairpin, going on through into turn 6 and 7. There's contact and turns sideways across the front there, Liam Silkstone, and I think Silkstone would argue there where was he to go, and what I think will be frustrated at that, and I think the two of them might have some words in the paddock after that race. But definitely right now I think the two drivers not seeing eye to eye there at the hairpin, and what being turned sideways and what is a frustrating start to his season 7 campaign. But as our drivers continue to push on, we also do have some further battling here between what is Andrew Pike and Patrick Falconer. Keep in mind, of course, that Pike qualified all the way down in P22, Falconer qualified down in P27, so both of them making gains as they've gone. But right now Pike having to put more and more work into the Sim Racing collector car, given the fact that he is running the P3 Success ballast, which is the best part of 40 kilograms of weight, so therefore he really is battling against the elements. But if he finishes where he is currently at the end of this race, he'll have no weight to go into race number 2, and that's how the system will reward him in terms of the fact that if he hasn't finished too well, he'll have less weight in the car, and vice versa. As they head in towards turn number 1, Falconer very close there as they make the way off Apex, and down they'll go towards turn number 2 once more. But it's going to be Falconer defending versus Moraes as the Goldwing Motorsport driver looking around the outside. Can he make it happen as the two Audis get very close together? And in the end, it's all going to be about the accelerational stakes, but Falconer just about gets the door shut and gets the throttle buried in time as they drag race their way down towards the National 8 hairpin. Will there be an opportunity here for Wojciech Moraes to look for a move? I don't think so, but Falconer has to stay defensive. Pike decides to cut across the inside, give himself some cover. In the end, it's a bit of a late break and an error from Falconer, and it sends him sideways. And in return, it's going to be Moraes who takes the place. Lovely bit of opportunism there from where's the Goldwing Motorsport driver, and Patrick Falconer now having to go defensive versus what is Jonathan Collins, your AM leader, who's picked up the lead as a result of the altercation that Matt Emmons was involved in on lap number 1. And Jonathan Collins right now sailing on through here with a comfortable advantage, the best part of 5 places to Mitchell West, your second place AM driver, and the Mitchell West performance driver in the 101 right now. We're definitely given a 101 on how to score a podium in the AM class should things continue as they stand. As he heads in towards turn at number 11 and battling around the outside there are Luke Jones. Jones having to go quite defensive, and I think right now West will be hoping he can find a bit more as they all concertina very tightly indeed into turns 12 and 13. And we see a flash of lights there from Pitt. He's not happy at the fact they're going so slowly through the corners here, and I wonder if Jones has got a problem on the car. Also, he's just not feeling happy with the way the velocity is dialed in right now, because Jones really struggling through the S's there at 12 and 13. And as they make their way into turn number 1, West having to start the concertina train behind, with Jegoslavsky and Pitt also involved. That will be the other way round in terms of their ordering. As they head down towards turn number 2, well, right now, could we see West look for the move here? He thinks about it. Meanwhile, here comes Pitt trying to go all in under braking, but West outbrakes in there in the battle of the Elantras, and they stay as is. Meanwhile, in the battle between Moraes and Pyatt, well, Duncan Moraes, the South African driver, right now absolutely soaring. But here comes Falconer as well, looking to try and have another return move on Pyatt as they head into the hairpin. This time he does get it stopped. A lovely move there from Patrick Falconer. Pyatt being respectful, to be fair. The sim racing claim the utmost respect out on circuit, and Falconer repaying him kind with some smooth battling between them as they make the way onwards through the Mercedes arena. And it's Duncan Moraes up to P18 ahead of Patrick Falconer and Andrew Pyatt. The Pyatt losing 2 places for the price of 1 in towards the hairpin. But as they head upwards towards what is turns 11 onwards, well, we have had some further battling up the order, and that does include some fighting between, I do believe, Alex Meredith and Benjamin McCluskey, and Meredith finding his way into P10 versus McCluskey. But the question is, how did he make it happen? Well, here's the replay, ladies and gentlemen, to explain to us the story. And, well, I think McCluskey involved in a bit of an instant there, slightly off camera. I'm not sure if that was contact with Jonathan Robrix, but Meredith in the end picking up the places. What exactly happened to McCluskey is the question that we want the answers to, and well, we will take a look at that. And in the end, I think there was a little bit of contact there. Alternatively, it might have just been too aggressive under braking, but the camera angle not too flattering for Nick Clibbins. But again, I wouldn't want to call that one. That's what our stewards are for. Should it get reported after the races? But definitely there, McCluskey going sideways either of his own volition or a slight tap to push him along, and as a result losing multiple places. But meanwhile, speaking of Nick Clibbins, still leading the Pro-Am class, the RAC Sports driver in the number 13 Honda, absolutely looking clocked in as he heads down in towards turn number 6 and 7 once again, chasing after Mikey Doble at this point. And what I do think at the moment for Clibbins, it is all going to be about keeping his head down and making sure not to make any errors, given the fact that right now Clibbins could be on course for a major haul of points in this first race today, as would Alex Meredith. But Clibbins right now will be hoping to keep this momentum up and keep some pros between himself and Meredith to give himself a buffer into race number 2. But as they reach the halfway point of this race and they're about to push into the second half of the race, as they make their way on through, we've also got some further changes here as that Slamir Chavosky up the inside as a slow crawling Mark Sykes there in the Audi RS3 off circuit. I think Sykes had a bit of an incident, or perhaps he's letting everybody through, given he is a lap down, as Valentin Humbert is going to make his way on through, albeit a lap down as well. Very unfortunate for the Valkyrie X-Type driver in what has been a frustrating start to his day here in round number 2. Much like in round number 1, it didn't quite go the way, but still more racing to come, and that's what has 3 races in the day. But as he heads in towards turn number 10, well, he's got a little bit of pressure. Samunov's trying to unlap it. Well, he's trying to get ahead, but Humbert wants to try and unlap himself from as many drivers as possible. Meanwhile, looking back onto the lead lap, this Andrew Pyatt, after being passed by Falcon, has been passed off camera by Jonathan Collins, your AM leader. And Collins right now is really coming on quick here with regards to this AM lead. He's into P20. If he carries this on, Collins could be chasing after the bottom end of the top 15, not necessarily in this race, but perhaps in race number 2. But we do keep in mind he will have that success ballast from the AM lead in terms of going into race number 2 to contend with. Now be worth the best part, if my memory serves me correctly, of about 25 kilograms, which will be on his mind. Indeed, 24.5 to be a bit more precise. But meanwhile, precision there from Liam Silkstone as he tries to cut to the inside of Pike. Indian can't quite do it, and as they make the way up towards turn number 8, we can see there Matthew Addy just behind. Addy trying to get involved here versus Silkstone in the battle of the Pro-Ams. They're fighting for P7 Pro-Am, and it's going to be 3 wide here as they clear the apex at 9. Silkstone on the inside there versus Pike, and Pike in here, I don't think he's got any tools in the shed in order to be able to battle back. That Honda looking very vulnerable, and he's going to make it 3 wide into turn 11. It's going to be very tight deep, but Silkstone goes very deep. They cut back. Brilliant racing between the trio here, and now it's going to be Pike versus Addy. Addy trying to go all the way around the outside, but I don't think he's going to be able to find it as he heads on through the left-hander. But here comes Silkstone once again, and Silkstone on a mission to try and make his way through as we ride on board here. But the SO NXTGEN Gold driver around the outside as he tries to cut the move through turn number 14 to 15. Can he find it? The answer is No, he can't, but now it's going to be Addy on the attack once more as they head in towards turn number 1. But can he do it? No, he can't. And you can see Pike, they're going defensive. Silkstone cuts as much of the curve as possible. But Addy and Pike push each other along. Luke Jones only 3 tenths behind this battle as they make their way onwards towards turn number 2 once more. Onto the brakes they go, and as they do, Addy there tapping the rear of Pike, getting very engrossed on the back of his rival, not quite able to make the move count. And they stay as they were. But meanwhile, here comes Luke Jones looking for an opportunity to try and gain a place as they power their way down the Parabonica curve and into the hairpin, but he couldn't quite capitalise on it on the 222 driver of JW Motorsport. He's going to go in on the brakes here, but the Veloster doesn't quite have the anchorage, and therefore he won't be able to make the move. He's thinking about it, and I think Silkstone is going to be looking in his rearview mirror and cognizant of the fact that Veloster looking very good on its brakes into the hairpin, particularly when it's piloted by the 222 driver of Jones as they head on towards what will be turn number 10. But as they head upwards towards the next set of corners, and we see them roar their way at full attack speed past the static camera. We're also seeing there Jake Pitt, Reese Watt, amongst other drivers, also Peter Jigosleski. We do look behind, and we can see here Mitchell West, currently second place AM driver. He's got quite a queue of cars now forming behind him in the AM class battle to be on the AM podium, including Daniel Fritz, who's third place, and Craig Tillerson, who's chasing after that podium. 3 different teams being represented here as well. Mitch West Performance ahead of Whiskey Runners Racing's Daniel Fritz, and then you do have Craig Tillerson from Verano Motorsport just behind, and Tillerson chasing after his first podium of the season for Verano Motorsport, indeed his first podium in his career with Verano Motorsport, and he might just be able to find it here should some fortune come his way. But even so, I think a P4 will put a grin on his face, no doubt about it, as he heads in towards turn 1. 5 laps to go in our first race at Hockenheimring, and still plenty to potentially unfold as they make their way downwards towards turn number 2. But as they do, we look back behind them, and as we can see there, an interchange between Smazerscow and Gardner with the number 11 driver involved in that early altercation on lap 1 and trying to battle his way on through for P31. A frustrating moment at the moment for the next gen pink driver, but still he'll try and take every place he can. And to be fair, Gavin never gets quite dispirited. Even when he's all the way towards the back, he still keeps in it to win it, albeit as he roars his way down. I think he'd like to be inside the top 20 as a minimum, but he goes around the outside there of Smazerscow and gains another place on his path to recovery. And as he does so, will the next gen pink crew will be egging him on as much as possible. And meanwhile, from him, we look back up towards the front of the field, and the reason being here is Adam Delmont, race leader, 7 tenths ahead of Wojciech Swirydowicz as they make the way through turn number 15. And as they do so, onwards they go towards lap number 11. 4 to go here in race number 1 of the day, and Delmont right now looking to be in control of this race, albeit it must be said Swirydowicz not being fully dropped, and that is important to note when we come to race number 2, because should they finish as they currently stand, keep in mind of course that going into today, Adam Delmont not carrying a too significant amount of weight in the car compared to his roles at the P9, so carrying it practically 10 kilograms versus what is 5.5 times in the form of Swirydowicz 56.1, and therefore it means that Swirydowicz right now, when the roles are reversed and Delmont carries the highest success pass and Swirydowicz carries the second highest, we'd imagine that Swirydowicz will be absolutely pushing from the outset to try and take the win in race 2, and will feel as they can potentially do it. So a lot of information here for both drivers should they do to analyse it. Behind them, Lee Horn still holding on for P3. Brilliant drive here from the Sam Case of an next-gen driver, and as he heads out of the left-hander in towards the right-hander of turn number 9, will Isaac Doble caught up behind him, and will the Doble Sim Racing driver, the lead driver in the 3 brothers out on the grid today. Well, it does seem as though the Doble Sim Racing driver feeling very confident, but can't quite make his way onto that podium at the moment. He will continue to try and push for it, of course, all the way to the end, but it does look as though Horn feeling quite composed in that 3rd place spot, and the 36 driver here would be absolutely pleased with that podium. It would be one of his best performances of his NXTCC career, should he be able to put it together. But as they head on through what is at turn number 14 and 15, meanwhile we do look a little bit further down to Bobby Thompson here, the privateer, still pushing on as he chases after Loris Pascucci, and as he goes hunting, well, it does look as though this time we're still learning about that Elantra, and Pascucci just starting to pull away, 8 tenths clear, gaining half a tenth on that lap, little by little, but then again it could all unfold the other way in a heartbeat's notice. But as meanwhile we look back to Duncan Rise versus Patrick Falcon, these two still fighting for glory, still fighting for P18, which doesn't sound like much, but do keep in mind of course they will be looking to try and set themselves up not just for race 2, but also for the potential reverse grid positions of race number 3, anywhere between P13 and P23. So you want to be as high as possible, even if you're not in those overall points come the end of each race. As they charge onwards towards the hairpin via the Parabolica curve. Well, here comes Mariah looking for the move. It's the battle on Audi, and it does look as though in the toe the South African driver may just have an opportunity, but Falcon's going to outbrake him and gets it stopped just about behind Reese Watt, still fighting Andrew Pike. Cuts the inside here for the braking zone. Pike's got the better brakes in the Honda, but Watt's got the confidence. Pike gives him the space, and as they go too wide through turn 6 and 7, takes a lot of apex curve there. Does Reese Watt goes up onto 2 wheels, and that stops what would otherwise been a sublime move from being completed, as Watt in the end having to settle the car down and just losing what was the traction at the turn 7 apex. But as they head on down towards turn at number 10, well, we ride on board and look back from the rear here of Pike, and here comes Watt once more, looking to cut to the inside now as they head in towards turn number 11. Pike again given the space, too wide they enter, too wide they exit, but who is going to be the leader come the end of this battle? Well, they head in towards turn number 12. No way through for either driver yet in terms of breaking clear of the other. Watt's going to go around the outside high, and will he keep Pike dry as they head through 12 and 13? Yes, he does. It's a lovely move from Reese Watt. Pike tries to get back in there at a moment's notice into Sud curve, but he can't quite find it, and Reese Watt does at long last find his way into P22, but not without brilliant driving for Andrew Pike, who's now got Liam Silkstone once again on his back like a bad rash. But meanwhile, trying to cruise his way around the outside is Jake Pitt. He takes one. Can he do both? No, he can't. In a bit of contact, a bit of a rub with Pike, but has to back off, and the Aztec Racing driver now tucks back in as they make their way down towards the hairpin. But meanwhile, hold the fort for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, as in the battle for P3, this is Lee Horn and Isaac Doble squaring off in the 2 Hondas. Meanwhile, Jonathan Robrix is right behind the Valkyrie Excite, trying to chase after his first podium of his NXTCC career. But all 3 of these drivers right now absolutely nip and tuck between them, and Lee Horn having to try and hold on as the long queue of cars Foreman extends all the way back to P9 car Adam McNally as Horn goes defensive on the inside. Can he hold the line? He can. Isaac Doble cuts back to the inside in the end. Can't quite find the move, and Robrix meanwhile looking for an opportunity with the Valkyrie Excite driver from Belgium that now having to go defensive versus Dory. Dory out on the outside there, a little bit of contact with Robrix, but doesn't upset the cars. And as they head through turns 13 and 14, well, you can see that another quick poke from what was Isaac Doble, couldn't quite find it. Meanwhile, Mikey Doble looks around the outside of Dory. It's going to be a brave move to do this, but to be fair, the number 88 driver knows where the grip is as they make their way out until the final lap of this race, and Doble will get ahead. That's Mikey who makes his way ahead of Jamie Dory, and now can go chasing after Jonathan Robrix on this final lap to try and find a way to support his brother and teammate Isaac as they make their way down towards turn number 2 for the final time of asking in our first race of the day. But onto the brakes they go, and as they do, well, absolutely close right now, but you can see there Lee Horn keeping his position as best as he possibly can. The same case for the Next Gen driver under huge pressure to perform here as they head on down towards what is turn number 6. Onto the brakes they go very shortly, but here comes Isaac. He looks to the inside, can't find it. Horn covers him off. Meanwhile, Isaac's going to go very deep. Does he get it stopped? No, he goes to the gravel, and Isaac Doble into the barrier there. Oh, what was a very late braking manoeuvre, and in the end just braking a little too late. Gets the car restarted. That's going to be frustrating, but still learning the hard way, and sometimes that's the way you have to learn. But credit to Isaac for giving it everything, but it's just a little bit too much to be given there. But meanwhile, with Lee Horn now clear of Isaac Doble, he's got Jonathan Robrix right behind, but Robrix 5 tenths back. He's not as close as Isaac was, and therefore I think Horn's going to feel a little bit safe as they head down towards turn number 11. But as they do, meanwhile, we look to your leader here, and right now he's been in control since pole position in qualifying, and as he makes his way through the final 2 corners, where it's been an absolutely faultless race, he's been pressured by every step of the way. But Adam Delmont is going to come across line, your overall winner in race number 1 here in Germany, ahead of Wojciech Swirydowicz. Behind the SO NXTGEN Gold driver finishes the Semper Racing driver P2, and it's Lee Horn to complete the overall podium for Sam Cases for Next Gen. John Robrix P4 ahead of Mikey Doble, Jamie Dory, and then Nick Clemens takes the prime win for iRacing Esports for an absolutely brilliant P7 overall. Adam McNally, Benjamin McCluskey and Isaac Doble complete your top 10. Alex Meredith P11 runner up in the prime class, and a great way to open up his season account. Bobby Thompson then fall back to P12 versus Loris Pascucci, the privateer ahead of the Valkyrie Excite driver. Ben Altrier completed your prime podium, and Jonathan Collins meanwhile has come on through to take the AM win with a P20, a Brilliant drive there for the Whiskey Runners Racing driver, albeit he won't want to be putting the car too often in the wall there. He wants it alive for race number 2, but fantastic drive there from the Englishman, with second place in the AM class going to his teammate. It's a 1-2 for Whiskey Runners Racing, with Daniel Fritz completing that order, and Mitchell West on the AM podium there, P3, P30, just behind was Daniel Fritz. Well, it's a great way to start the day for the 101 driver, as much as it is Whiskey Runners Racing, and we've still got a couple of drivers to finish this race, I do believe, including none other than Andy Fox, who's going to take P44 in the Goldwing Motorsport car in what has definitely been an anonymous first race today, and Mark Kent will be your last lead lap finisher, P45 there for Full Tilt Motorsport, or P9 in the AM class. A frustrating opener, but still 2 more races to go. As our drivers cool on down and they bring the cars into the pits, well, Adam Delmont will be absolutely grinning from ear to ear with that opening performance of the day. But Wojciech Swirydowicz as well will know that whilst he didn't quite take the win, a P2 is plenty in terms of when he's finished ahead of all his championship rivals, and that's exactly what he's needed straight away. His first race under true success ballast, and therefore he'll know that it is all going to be about what comes now in the next couple of races, and whether he can get the win in race number 2 in particular, as our drivers make the one down. Nick Clibbins as well, a great start to his day with that Pro Am win, the 13 driver. Those wins don't come often in the Pro Am class for him, but when they do, they mean a lot. But at the same time as well, Alex Meredith knowing that whilst he may not have taken the Pro Am win, the Whiskey Runners Racing driver will know that this is the way he wants to start of his championship campaign in Season 7, and that is strong. It's with a podium in the Pro Am class, and it's also comfortably inside the overall top 15 to assist the team in the team's championship, and it is all there, and he's taken it in its entirety. But Jonathan Collins also comes on down. We can see Ben Altria as they're parking in the pit lane, your third place prime driver. Collins there with the AM win. Well, he leaves the car, and well, Daniel Fritz already left the car, and Mitchell West as well. As most of the drivers are in the pit lane, let's take a look for those race results subject to any steward's inquiries, and here they are. So after an absolutely spellbinding 14 laps of racing in our first race today in round 2 of the NXTCC Season 7, powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing, Adam Delmont taking the win for SO and NXTGEN Gold by 7.5 tenths over Wojciech Swirydowicz. The Semper Racing driver finishing P2 ahead of Lee Horn and the two of them the best part of 6 seconds clear of the Sam Cases NXTGEN driver, who in the end had to dig deep, but he dug deep enough to hold on to the final spot of the overall podium. Behind him was Jonathan Robrecht in his best performance of the season so far. After what was a dismal day in Spain, he's definitely turned that frown upside down, and there'll be smiles all around in the Valkyrie X-Type garage for his finish inside the top 5, and long may they continue. Mikey Doble doing well to finish P5 in the end for Doble Sim Racing, albeit a struggle in the early stage of the race, gradually picking up the places. And Jamie Dury, meanwhile, the ever-consistent NXTGEN Pink driver, P6, ahead of Nick Clibbins with the prime win there for iRacing Esports, only was 3 tenths clear of Adam McNally, and the SO NXTGEN Gold drive being followed up by NXTGEN Pink's Benjamin McCluskey and Doble Sim Racing's Isaac Doble, who completes the top 10. Unfortunately for Isaac Doble, missing that breaking point in his battle with Lee Horn on the final lap, but still to finish P10, he did well to hold 4 tenths over Alex Meredith at the finishing line, who took P11 and second place in the Pro Am class with Whiskey Runners Racing as best of the rest. Bobby Thompson, P12, finished where he started, and the privateer, to be fair, will work from that into race number 2. Well, Larice Pascucci, P13 for Valkyrie X-Type ahead of Ben Altria, your third place finisher in the Pro Am class, and P14 overall for Full Tilt Motorsport, completing that Pro Am podium of Clibbins, Meredith and Altria, and then Michael at least just missing out on the Pro Am podium by 3 tenths, but still a top 15 finish and a 4th place in the Pro Am class. They can't complain too much about that, can the JW Motorsport driver. Your top 20 was then rounded off by Wayne Douglas ahead of Matthew Sheraton, with Patrick Falconer, Duncan Reyes, and your AM winner, P20 overall, Jonathan Collins there for Whiskey Runners Racing. The Englishman will be absolutely ecstatic with that. The 1-2-3 driver really putting a solid performance and carrying on his favourite status going into this season. Indeed, many consider him to be the AM favourite for this season, and he's living up to it. Matthew Addy, P21 for Sam Case for NXTGEN ahead of Reese Watt and Liam Silkstone, with Andrew Pike a battling P24 but gradually going backwards, but also still the success ballast that won't be in the car going into race number 2 for the Sim Racing Collective. Jake Pitt, P25 just ahead of Piotr Jegoslewski, holding off by 4 tenths to the line. Now it's Gavin Gardner, Luke Jones, and the pairing of none other than Daniel Fritz and Mitchell West, your 2nd and 3rd place AM drivers respectively for Whiskey Runners Racing and Mitch West Performance, who completed your top 30. P31 to Sam Smith ahead of Joseph Doble, with James Mazerscow, Alan McCain and Slomir Jarvosky to P35. Marcel Rich P36 and a frustrating start to his day for WS Racing Esports. Then Craig Tillerson at P37, a 4th place in the AM class, the Verano Motorsport driver keeping up his consistency in the top 5s. And then at Russell Fowler P38 ahead of none other than Matt Emmons and Sam Van Olst. And outside the top 40 it was Roy Plummer, Sam Bradley, Lewis Mason, Andy Fox, Mark Kent who completed your finishing order on the lead lap P45. Then finishing a lap down Valentin Embler and also Mark Sykes. We saw finishing at 9 laps down Costa Chatskonstantinou, and I believe with that, ladies and gentlemen, that was your finishing order. 48 starters and then 47 classified finishers, with Chatskonstantinou not completing over half the race distance and therefore classified as a non-finisher. But with that, that was only race number 1, and we still got 2 more races to come. And well, when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, another 14 laps for race number 2. They'll start where they finished in race number 1, and we'll carry on from where we left off with the intense battling action here at the Hockenheimring. But as we do go to our ad break, do keep in mind this is the perfect time to grab yourself a liquid refreshment or a bit of popcorn. And it's also time to hear a word from our sponsor for this season, and that is none other our title sponsor of Doble Motorcycles. We'll be right back. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. We are back then, ladies and gentlemen, and back for another 14 laps of racing action here at the Hockenheimring Baden-Württemberg circuit in Germany. And just around the corner is race 2 of round 2 of the NXTCC Season 7 powered by Doble Motorcycles. Race number 1 was all about battles in the midfield. It was relatively calm and cool up front, albeit Lee Horn aiding in that adventure by making sure nobody could pass him in the fight for P3 overall, as Adam Delman and Wojciech Swirydowicz sauntered off into the distance. And as we return now, we get to continue to see whether the battles remain the same up the front inside that top 10, or whether there'll be a shake-up, and if further down, who is going to be inside that potential top 23 and get ready for the reverse grid of race number 3. But as all our drivers get set and ready to go once again, you're tuning in live, of course, from circuit side, and as we look to a number of drivers out there on circuit, one of our perhaps more unfortunate drivers in race number 1 was none other than Matt Emmons, who saw it go completely backwards in a very rapid fashion. And well, if we can, we're going to try and grab a quick word with Emmons to see if we can find out a little bit more about what happened and what he did to try and recover, and give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to try and grab a word with Matt to see whether he can just give us a little bit of a talk about it. And well, as we do, of course, all our cars and our drivers looking absolutely splendid out there. But as we do get the patch through with Matt, good evening to you, Matt. Have you got time for a quick word or two?
For you anytime, Paul.
Well, Matt, it's a pleasure to have you patching through from the car. I have to ask, what happened in race 1? It all looked to be going so well. Qualifying saw you right at the front of the AM class, and by the end of lap number 1, it all gone backwards.
I got caught in the incident after the hairpin. I got spun round and had meatball damage, so I had to pit, use my fast repair, and luckily enough I managed to rebuild it back to 5th place.
Well, it's highly unfortunate, and particularly then having to do all the work with, of course, the meatball flag, or having to go for the repairs. But still, we saw you back out there and trying to make some progress, and making some. But I suspect race number 2 is all going to be about chasing down further progress, albeit you're now going to have a very light car to work with.
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky I didn't have ballast in the last race either, so it should be the same kind of car for me. Hopefully I don't lose any body panels or anything to make me lose that weight. But no, it's just it's going to be an uphill battle to try and catch Jonathan Collins in this race. He did really well to avoid all the carnage and finish in 20th place. I think it's just do the best I can now for the remaining 2 races and try and build some good points.
Well, we look forward to seeing you give your best at that, starting with this race number 2. With that, in 20 seconds to go, we'll leave you to it. Thank you for your time, Matt, and see you out on the circuit.
Cheers, Paul.
So hearing there from none other than Verano Motorsports, Matt Emmons, and talking there about the opening incident in what was the first race of the day, sending him all the way back down the order, and in the end meaning that he had to do all the hard work and cut his way up through, and doing a reasonable job of it, no doubt. But now he's got it all to do even more so, and looking to just see how far he can go in races 2 and 3, and that's the spirit we love to see from our drivers. As we head into race 2 then, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. And well, it's going to be the best part of another 40 plus cars on that grid, and this is how they all line up for our second race of the day. Adam Delman starts pole position once again for SO NXTGEN Gold, but knowing now he's got a much heavier car, and he's got alongside him once again a driver in a slightly less heavy car. That's Wojciech Swirydowicz for Semprace, who starts P2. From the fireworks between those two at the front of the field, also expect plenty between Lee Horn, who starts P3 for Sam Cases with NXTGEN, and he'll be joined on that second row of the grid by none other than what will be Jonathan Robrex of Valkyrie Exhibe, who'll be looking to try and chase down his first ever overall podium if he can. Meanwhile, in P3, it's, well, on the third row of the grid, I should say, in P5, let's get it correct, it's Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing, joined on that third row of the grid by NXTGEN Pink's Jamie Dory. Then Nick Lewin starts P7 at your pro and pole sitter, the iRacing esports driver, absolutely faultless in race number 1. Can he continue without a fault in race number 2? Because we have alongside him old friend and rival Adam McNally for SO NXTGEN Gold, and then completing your top 10 on row 5, it's Benjamin McCluskey for NXTGEN Pink and Doble Sim Racing's Isaac Doble, who'll be looking for a degree of redemption after losing that top 5 on the final lap of race 1. Alex Meredith starts P11 for Whiskey Runners Racing, best of the rest, ahead of Bobby Thompson, who starts P12 once more. And behind them, on row number 7, it will be starting P13, Larice Pascucci, the Belgian driver for Valkyrie X-Hype, who definitely had plenty of excitement in race number 1, and we're hoping for perhaps a bit of a tamer and more forward-thinking race in race number 2, and he's joined by Ben Altria for Full Tilt V Motorsport. Michael Lee starts P15 for JW Motorsport ahead of Wayne Douglas for Next Gen Pink. And then we do have Matthew Cheverton for Aztec Racing on row number 9, joined by Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport. And your top 20 is completed by Duncan Moraes for Goldwing Motorsport and Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Runners Racing, who is your AM pole sitter and the Whiskey Runners Racing driver looking to make it another win. Matthew Addy starts P21 for Sam Casey for Next Gen, joined by Reese Watt for JW Motorsport on the 11th row of the grid. Liam Silverstone starts P23 for SO Next Gen Gold, and then the driver to keep your eyes out for starting P24, Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective, decided to carry on after picking up a huge amount of damage in race number 1, didn't get the meatball flag to call him into the pits for the repair work, but carried on and in the end finished a resilient P24, but in a car with no weight in it and no damage on it, should he be able to avoid any damage on the open lap. How far can he climb through the ranks given his consistency? We'll have to keep our eyes on the Briton. Behind them on row number 13, it's going to be Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, the Welshman joined by the pole of Piotr Jegoslecki for Semper Racing. We then do have Gavin Garner for Next Gen Pink starting P27 and joined on the 14th row of the grid by the Welshman Luke Jones for JW Motorsport. And then on what is row number 15, an all-AM row, it is Daniel Fritz for Whiskey Runners Racing and Mitchell West for Mitch West Performance. They'll be going to battle for P2 in the AM class, no doubt about it. With P31 starting in the hands of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports and Doble Sim Race's Joe Doble alongside. Row 17 goes to James Smassersgal for Aztec Racing and Alan McCain for Iris Esports, with Slamir Jaworski P35 for Semper Racing, joined by Marcel Fritz for WRS Racing Esports. And then we do have on row number 19, Craig Tillerson for Verano Motorsport, his consistency proving invaluable, and he's joined by the company of Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports. And the top 40 is completed by Matt Emmons for Verano Motorsport and Sam Van Os for Goldwing Motorsport. Roy Plummer starts P41 for Next Gen Red ahead of Sam Bradley for SO Next Gen Gold, Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing and Andy Fox for Goldwing Motorsport on row number 22, ahead of Mark Kemp for Full Tilt V Motorsport and Valentin Humbert for Valkyrie X-Hype. And then it will be, ladies and gentlemen, on what will be your final full row of the grid, Mark Sykes for Sam Case for Next Gen and Josh Brown for Next Gen Red, and Costa Chats Continental starts last but not least P49 for 287 Motorsport on the 25th row of the grid. Well, the grid is set and we come down towards the front with only 10 seconds to go before we are green flag racing once again. And much like race 1, it's Adam Delman on the right, Wojciech Swirydowicz on the left. But will it be that way after turn 1 or lap 1? Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time today. It's going to be 14 laps, and to get us underway, it is 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go as Adam Delmont gets a reasonable start, but Wojciech Swirydowicz the strongest start this time. Lee Horn and John Roberts also push it on here as they make the way into turn 1. But as they do, it's going to be their Lee Horn looking around the outside of Swirydowicz, but to no avail as they head down towards the braking zone for turn number 2. But as they roar the way down under the anchors, the wonderful blimp camera here giving us an idea of the battles. You can see the Horn looking around the outside. Swirydowicz defending hard on the inside as they make the way through. Meanwhile, further back there we can see it's 2 by 2 are plenty here as they, oh goodness me, and that is Nick Clements being speared off the road into the grass in contact with a fellow driver. Couldn't quite discern who it was he made contact with, but as they come on down, there's been further contact to the barrier. Another iRacing Esports car in the wall in the rear of your picture, and as they come on down, that is a missile coming through. That's Larice Pascucci, who I think's missed his braking point, and Constantine in his way into the side of multiple cars, and that is Alex Meredith going around, and Bobby Thompson as well. The two drivers getting hooked on each other through some aided contact there from Larice Pascucci by looks of things, and in the end they've both got around, and goodness me, it's a dramatic start, but for not all the right reasons. But as they come on through into the Mercedes arena, Luke Jones meanwhile battling side by side with Piotr Jegoslecki, and Jegoslecki gaining some ground already as Jones having to look more and more behind him here. The pressure of Alan McCain and Marcel Fridge, it is chaos, and there's even more chaos as multiple drivers hooked at each other, and well, that is there. I believe Josh Brown and Lewis Mason going to blows, oh goodness, and that is iRacing Esports Lancia that's not stopping any time soon. It's careening around and around, and that is Alan McCain, who in the end, I think in a car that he held the brakes on, but it's just under its own momentum, just would not stop and seemed to be absolutely hell-bent on taking every car it could with it. But after one lap of racing, ladies and gentlemen, well, we do have no safety car at the moment, but we can see that Adam Delman is leading the way, and the SO Next Gen Gold driver driver, holding on for the time being ahead of Wojciech Swirydowicz as they make their way down towards turn number 2 once again. Lee Horn P3, Jonathan Roberts P4, JB Dory P5, Mikey Doble P6, Benjamin Kusky P7, Isaac Doble P8, Ben Altrier, your prime leader P9, and he has come through the field like an absolute missile. The Full Tilt Motorsport driver to make his way into the top 10, and with Nick Clemens and Alex Meredith both being taken out of the equation, you can understand why he's currently leading the prime class, but behind him, he's got the company in earnest of Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing, and Sheraton right now also on the attack here as they head down towards turn 6 and 7, but as they do, Adam McNally on the offensive versus Sheraton, Reese Watt and Michael Lees almost there, but an absolutely frustrating start to this race, and in the end 15 cars ended up in the pit lane for repair work after the open lap incident, and will definitely a lot of chaos there, and as a result now I suspect we may see a safety car in due course, but we'll wait for our race director to call it. Meanwhile, Alex Meredith here trying to battle his way back past Costa Chatsconstantu with the 287 Motorsports driver defending here for P4 in the AM class, albeit Meredith being a prime driver, this is more for overall position, and I think in the end Meredith will just scythe his way out the inside, and Chatsconstantu is not going to fight this too aggressively for the simple reason that he just needs to stay in the hunt for what would be a P4 in the AM class. But as they make the way on through, meanwhile Luis Pascucci parked in the wrong place, she's only parking it there on the apex of turn number 12, but he's found a way to do so, and the Valkyrie X-Type driver gets himself back up to speed, but we have got a lot, and I think D Delta there saying it perfectly in the YouTube chat, absolute carnage, and we need to try and dissect what exactly has happened over the course of this race. But as our drivers make the way through into lap number 3, meanwhile Matthew Addy still trying to push forward as he chases after Liam Silverstone with Joe Doble and Wayne Douglas behind, and meanwhile Jonathan Collins here, I think just simply backing off the throttle slightly and releasing Wayne Douglas to go up the inside. The two Veloster drivers here side by side for a brief moment for turns 2 and 3, but I think Collins more focused on just keeping himself in that AM lead and trying to make it 2 out of 2, given the fact he has got the best part of 9 places between himself and Josh Brown, who's currently P27 as your second place AM driver, so Collins has got his heart in the right place, and as they head down in towards the hairpin, onto the brakes they go, Douglas there, well they're all a bit intensive with Daniel Fritz a lap down, just rejoining the circuit and staying clear of all the field. It is absolute pandemonium out there, and well, from our drivers further down the order, we look back to your leaders, and just in time as well as Adam Delman now under increasing pressure for Wojciech Swirydowicz, who started off relatively calm, but is now starting to reel in his rival as they head in towards turn number 11 and 1 sport. This is lap number 3 of 14. We've got plenty more turns of the circuit to take, and as our drivers continue to push on, Lee Horn only 1.3 seconds back from this battle, and I imagine that Horn's keeping one eye on it, and indeed always rolls behind. I think are trying to take the approach of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and they won't battle with Lee Horn for as long as he can bring them close to the battle for the lead of this race. But as soon as Horn starts to fall away, I can imagine Jonathan Robrix in particular will be very eager to make the pass, as will Mikey Doble, who is also there. And speaking of that trio, well, here they are as they make their way through turn 1. You can see Mikey absolutely on the attack here as they head on down. He could not be closer if he tried. Looking up the inside here under braking. Is it going to be a classic move in towards the open part parabolica? Yes, it is. Robrix will look for the cutback here, but Doble gets it stopped in time, and that's a move for P4 that's been cemented as they head onwards towards the National Way hairpin. As they charge away on down in towards the next braking zone, and will Delmont versus Swirydowicz, and Swirydowicz now here looking for the move, looking for the outside to the inside, tries to get it under braking, can't quite do it this time, but started to show his fangs. Meanwhile, further back, this is Wayne Douglas fighting with Matthew Addy for P15. Up the inside goes Joe Doble, who really sees the door open there in number 11 versus what is at the number 66 of Douglas. Their fight's not over yet as they head in towards the Mercedes Arena. And a little bit of door rubbing there between them. In the end they connect, and they both go off the circuit together. Well, Douglas was never going to give that up, and neither was Doble. And in the end, both drivers absolutely obstinate and not willing to let go. And in return, Jonathan Collins moves up to P16. Meanwhile, Gavin Gardner now side by side here with Douglas, and I would imagine that as they make their way past our camera, Gardner's backed off there in order to avoid potentially going into contact with his teammate. And meanwhile, Doble's going to look around the outside of Gardner into turn number 11, and as quickly as Gardner was potentially gaining 2 places, he loses them again, but I think he's playing it safe and just trying to keep out of trouble as they come in towards what is number 15 and 16. On through, that is an error for Wayne Douglas. Car snapped loose there and got into the gravel trap at turn 15, and will the next gen pink machine brings its way back onto circuit just in time. That could have been far, far worse if Pascucci was a little bit closer, but Douglas timing it just about right and rejoins down P21. But Jonathan Collins right now The reason why I want to focus on him a little bit is the fact if he gains one more place, he might just be the first ever AM to gain an overall point in the NXTCC, and well, in doing so, this could be huge for 1-2-3 drivers. He is, of course, right now to comfortably make it back-to-back AM wins here today. But we'll come back to him a little bit later. We don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, not to any of our drivers, as meanwhile the battle between Swirydowicz and Delmont continues to rage on, and this is going to be Swirydowicz looking around the outside here. Brilliant setup. Can he get it locked to the inside of turn number 9? The answer is yes, he can. Delmont's still there. Too wide they go as they X out of Mercedes. Onwards they'll go towards the stadium, and as you can see, both drivers are side by side. Meanwhile, Lee Horn and Mikey Doble fighting and trying to get into this mix, and Horn, I think, in the end, making Swirydowicz back off. And well, as the three make the way down to break it, here comes Doble, who wants to make it a fourth, and as he rolls to the inside, takes a lot of apex curve. It turns the car very aggressively, but he does get it turned on the apex in the end. And as they head in towards the right-handers of turns, what is 14 and 15, Mikey Doble right now are really on the attack here. He knows he's got an opportunity to take the win here and strike back versus Swirydowicz, but he's got to clear Horn first, and Lee Horn is proving to be a lot harder to crack than you would expect. And as they make the way down towards turn number 1, we're almost at the halfway point of the race, as they make the way leaping and bounding over that apex curve, and as they charge the way down towards turn number 2, well, here comes another opportunity. Will we see Swirydowicz look for the move? No, we don't. Will we see Doble look for the move? No, we don't either. Jonathan Rodbriggs, meanwhile, in P5, still on the attack here as we ride on board with the Valkyrie X-Type driver as he makes his way on out of the corner. And you can see the distance of 6/10 between himself and Doble in front. But as they make the way on down towards the braking zone, well, that was the look from Rodbriggs' perspective. Meanwhile, Swirydowicz looking around the outside of Delmont, in towards turn 6 they go, and in the apex of turn 7, it's a long way round on the outside for Swirydowicz. A brief tap between the two of them. Delmont gives Swirydowicz the space. Swirydowicz capitalises, forces himself as much into the centre of the road as possible. Horn's on the inside there, and Horn with a bit of cheeky opportunism says, I don't mind if I do, and Delmont says, yes, I do well mind. Get back there, Lee. And in return, now Adam Delmont retakes P2, but Swirydowicz is able to take the lead of this race off of Delmont, and in the end you can see now the long line of cars all queuing up behind Adam Delmont. They all want that P2 off of him, and you can understand why he's struggling at this point with the weight of the car. With 6 laps in, those front tyres are going to start to feel absolutely knackered, and as they head out of 11 into 12 and 13, now the question really becomes, how long can Delmont keep everyone behind him? Can he plug the gap for as long as possible, or will he falter as Swirydowicz is almost already a second clear as they make the way onto another lap? But Swirydowicz is absolutely making haste now, and he's got to get away before these drivers all clear Delmont, as otherwise they may be able to catch up to Swirydowicz in turn and be able to look for an opportunity to get into the fight and take the lead away from him. But as they head down towards turn number 2, here comes Horn looking to the inside. This is as much as defence, it is an offence versus Delmont and also Doble behind. They all head down to braking. No change between the drivers here other than the gaps are absolutely tight as much as you like. And as they head down towards turn at number 6, well, we've also got in a bit of a distance shot there, none other than what is, I do believe, Jamie Dory started to encroach on this battle. So it's soon going to become an 8-way battle for P2. But right now it stays as is, and everybody together, no change. Meanwhile, further back, Michael Lees, the JW Motorsport driver, P3 in Pro-Am, he's taking a bit of a peek up the inside of his teammate Patrick Falconer. I think this is more of a, Patrick, can you politely get a move on, please? Because I've got a bit of pace here, and I really want to use it to get a bit further up the order. Albeit, I think JW Motorsport may also be on the radio to their team to say, well, don't change your places or don't fight too hard, because right now you're all guaranteed to be inside the top 13. For Reese, Watt, Patrick Falconer and Michael Lees, you see the 3 of them in that order, 11th through to 13th, all in the camera shot, and that will mean they're all guaranteed to be in the reverse grid. And if it's a low number, we could see an absolutely huge haul of points in race 3 for JW Motorsport to add to what they'll get in this race, which is going to be a good set of points finishes. But meanwhile, as they continue to push on, we do look a little bit further down the order to Matthew Addy, who's right now putting the pressure on Liam Silkstone for P4 in the Prime class. Nothing between the two as they wind their way on around through turn number 14. You definitely see there's some damage to the rear of Silkstone's car. That rear bumper and also the trunk space or the boot space of the Audi RS3 and not looking up flush with the bodywork. And as they head on towards lap number 8, right now the 777 from Sam Case for NXTGEN. Staying close is Addy, but as we ride on board goes a very deep. He catches the car in time. He's got to be careful of that, because if the race director feels that he has gained time from running that wide, he will pick up a warning and 3 strikes. It's a 5-second post-race time penalty. Oh goodness, be so close they can reach out, touch the rear wing of his rival, but not to be. Meanwhile, speaking of things to be, here comes Doble on, that's going to be Mikey Doble at the inside. And he looks for it here on the hard on the anchors. They make the way on through turn 6 and 7 as they head up towards turn number 8 to Mercedes. Horn still defending, still doing everything he can, but I think he's battling against the current right now of what is the Doble Sim Racing machine, making its way on through, and there it is as Mikey Doble finally takes P3, but has to cover Horn off immediately on the short stretch into 10, in the fact that Horn coming back and getting the better run out of 9, given that Doble skipped over the apex curve, and you can see the car wavering in terms of its straightness as they made the way out the corner. But right now, Mikey Doble clear, Jonathan Roberts meanwhile having eyes at Doble look around the outside. Bit of contact there as Roberts drops low, rejoins and gets the pace back together. He's going to lose the place. He's going to lose one. He's going to lose, oh goodness me, I think there's been a bit of further contact, and Jonathan Roberts turned to the tyre barrier here for Valkyrie X-Side, and a frustrating end to his run inside the top 10. And the Belgian driver here is going to try and get it into the pit lane, but he's got a load of cars coming through, and nobody right now really wants to go off race 9, and the Valkyrie X-Side driver is going to have to go round for another whole lap, and this is going to be absolutely punishing. And what I think right now, what was looking to be a golden day in Germany is now turning to disaster in round number 2, with race number 2 I should say, as Joe Doble looks to make the move here as well and goes up the inside as they head on down, or does he here, as Roberts is going to try and come back at him, being there's just not the pace or the control in the car for it to be able to hold on. But what exactly happened there, we take a look back. So as we look to some of the exterior camera angles here, can we see any contact? And well, now that looks as though he may have taken a bit too much apex curve at turn number 12, and it's turned the car around. Or was there some contact with the car of Ben Tritt? It's very hard to discern on the replay there, but we've seen the aftermath. And as we return to your live racing pictures, ladies and gentlemen, well, we still do have the best part of 5 laps to go after our current lap. And looking outside the top 10, we look a little bit further down to Slavomir Jalvosky, who right now trying to pick his way past Jonathan Collins, your AM leader, albeit the pro driver making his way into P18 there, not really having to put up too much of a fuss, but at the same time Collins, I suspect, not really wanting to fight it too hard, knowing that he's here for AM wins, and he's still well inside that top 23 and has a chance to be in that reverse grid. As it looks like Bobby Thompson there, well, that's not a Hyundai Elantra, that is a Honda Civic Tyre Pass. He's changed cars between the races, and I think the Elantra not working out there, but I can tell you, Orvar and season-long competitors, they're not allowed to make car changes midway through the races, as otherwise it will be points deductions, if not disqualifications from rounds. But Thompson, the privateer here, well, I do believe at making that switch to feel a bit more comfortable with the Honda, and right now in P20 enjoying the battling afterwards that open lap incident involving himself, Alex Meredith and a couple of other drivers. But as I try to make the way on through, we look further back to Andrew Pike, the driver who we said about one to watch out for, but it hasn't quite worked out the way he's wanted it to. And I suspect that might be due to all the altercations of the open lap. The Sim Racing Collective driver trying to pick his way past Nick Clivids, and also Costa Chatsconstantu here, as it's 3 different classes of drivers all together. And the pro right now, he's going to undercut one as Chatsconstantu almost goes to the gravel at the stadium. And now he's going to look for the opportunity on Clivids to go to the inside into 15. Won't be able to quite do it going into Sud Curve. And in the end, Pike has to wait behind, as Marcel Fritsch has made his way through behind them. But Pike having a very challenging second race of the day, much like race number 1. Indeed, bad luck seems to follow him here in Germany wherever he goes out circuit. As they head on towards lap number 10, we look from further down the order in the battle for P31 back into the top 10, and this is where the big brunt of the battling is, as Lee Horn now, with Mikey Doble having already put a 2-second gap between himself and Horn. Well, now it is Isaac Doble, the youngest member of the Doble brothers on this grid. He'll be looking for the opportunity to try and make a pass on Horn, but the problem is here that Horn is not easy to pass by any means of the imagination. As they head on through 12-13, there goes Isaac Doble looking to the inside, not quite able to find it. You can see what he was trying to do, trying to get Horn to outbrake himself in fear that Doble would send it all the way. But Isaac there playing the mind games, and Horn not falling for them as they power their way onto the start-finish straight, absolutely close, looking from left to right. And well, can he find a move here as they head in towards turn number 1? No, he can't, but Horn going defensive, that will compromise his exit. You can see there Doble getting very close to the rear of Horn's car, in fact so close there's a bit of a rub, but it's not enough to curb his momentum. And Isaac Doble on the inside here into the open Parabonica hairpin at turn 2. Horn turns in, finds a face full of fellow Honda on the inside as they make the way too wide on through turns 2, 3 and 4. Isaac Doble has not got this done yet. It's 600s between them, if that. And as they power their way on down the back stretch now, where it's all going to be about here, who wants it more under braking and who's positioned well, as it's going to be Benjamin McCluskey who's looking for an opportunity. Horn's going to outbrake Isaac Doble. He's got to go the long way round here as they make the way on through. And as they charge away in towards turn number 8 right now, no change here. Horn still holding on, and right now absolutely refuses to budge as McCluskey there manages to seize an opportunity of Isaac Doble having a small bit of contact with Horn and swipes this one the undercut through Mercedes. He's going to look around the outside of Horn here, coming out to 9. McCluskey could be pulling an absolutely brilliant piece of manoeuvre. It's 3 wide behind as they head in towards turn number 10, and in the end Horn loses 3 places for the price of one brilliant piece of racing from Benjamin McCluskey. Jamie Dory comes on through as well, and Next Gen Pink gain 2 places apiece for both drivers there, and absolutely outwit both Isaac Doble and also Lee Horn. Well, who would have thought that? Brilliant racing between the quartet, but for Next Gen Pink, their drivers absolutely delivering there when it mattered most. But as they make the way on through the last corner and onwards towards what will be lap number 12, we've still got more laps to come, as we have now got Handsome Stu in the YouTube chat, who may have forgot it was Tuesday, but glad to have you with us, Handsome Stu, and hopefully you caught that there. You've missed a lot today, but you haven't missed one of the best overtakes of the season, no doubt about that, if not the best overtake so far this season, and that'll be a contender for overtake of the season, no doubt about it. But as the drivers make the way down in towards turn at number 2, well, it's all still to play for here, and in the Prime class, Ben Altrier right now, we're feeling safe in the fact he's your prime leader in P8 overall, because Patrick Falcon has just found his way on past Matthew Sheraton. Sheraton flashes his lights there, and you can understand Sheraton is not happy about being passed. And I think he might be feeling as though the JW Motorsport trio here are trying to work something in order to get Lease ahead of Sheraton, albeit, of course, they're allowed to work together up to a point, but any intentional blocking and whatnot, and it will be very heavily frowned upon by the stewards, albeit I wouldn't suspect JW Motorsport would try that. Instead, they'll try to do everything they can to give Sheraton, to give at least the best possible tow in order to find their way past. But as they make their way up towards what is turn number 10, well, right now, Patrick Falcon are definitely in a way of blocking what is Matthew Sheraton's run towards Altrier, albeit Sheraton's going to find his way through, and that's what the race is all about, of course, because they're battling for overall position, and with it overall championship points and teams championship points just as much as they are their own respective class points if they're primes and AMs. But as the drivers make the way on through 12 and 13, well, right now it is coming down to the closing stage of this race, as further down the order, having had that spin on what was lap number 1, albeit aided off the circuit quite easily by a number of drivers. The number 19 driver here, Alex Meredith, looking to pick up some more places. He battles with Blair as they head in towards turn number 12. Can he find it? No, he can't at the moment. Through 12 and 13 they go, and the Englishman right now batting with the Frenchman all the way onto the penultimate lap they'll turn through the Sud curve, and Meredith right now, I think, will definitely feel as though he's got the pace here in the battle for P7 and the Prime Plus of Blair, but the problem is he hasn't found a way through at this time. And meanwhile, Russell Fowler just in the foreground shot there. Unfortunately, Esports Drive will be glad not to be involved in this fight for too much longer, given the fact they're fighting absolutely hard, and that always costs time. But meanwhile, around the outside that Sud curve goes Andrew Pite to take P30 of the Jake Pit, a classic move there, and will the pro driver for the Sim Racing Collective gets it done nice and comfortably in the end. But Pitt also putting up a bit of resistance, and meanwhile we look back to Meredith versus Blair as they make the way onwards towards turn number 6, and we can see the damage on the front of the Valkyrie X-Type Veloster costing out a lot of straight line speed. The Elantra getting alongside, but the problem is under braking. The Veloster's got the better brakes, and on that inside line, Blair is able to get the car stopped, and I do believe Meredith is running some damage of his own to the rear side of the car, and that might be upsetting the balance of the car under braking, and perhaps means that he has to run a bit more of a forward brake bias, and therefore loses some of the rotation that he'd like to have in the car. And indeed at this point it's all about damage limitation as they make the way onwards towards turn number 10. But meanwhile, going on to the final lap, he leads by 2 seconds. The white flag waves. It's Wojciech Swirydowicz for separation with Adam Delman right now in P2. He's 2 seconds behind the leader, but I can tell you one thing, it's only a fifth of that to Mikey Doble behind him, with Doble 4 attempts and closing quickly here in the battle of the Hondas as they head in towards turn number 2. But from then to Jamie Dory right now, and to really be the cork in the proverbial wine bottle to stop Isaac Doble from flying on through and trying to go hunt after Benjamin McCluskey as well. And Dory here digging in as much as he possibly can to try and hold on to this P5 finish as they make the way onwards towards what is turn at number 6. Flashing lights there to send the message through to Lewis Mason, which is, look, be wary of the fact you've got multiple lead lap cars coming on through. Blue flags will be waved and as they head through the hairpin, it looks like no change at the moment, but from them, there is chasing. Oh my goodness, and Patrick Falconer is off onto the gravel, and with him is Michael Lees. Now, I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but both drivers have been sent a long way off the road, and well, we won't be getting a replay of that immediately because the race is about to come to a close, but we'll see if we can catch a word with regards to that after this race has concluded. We had a further incident for Luis Pascucci a bit further back, but there, a nightmare ends this race for JW Motorsport, but meanwhile, it's not a nightmare for this man, who after an absolutely brilliant drive to P2 in race number 1, was back to business as usual for Wojciech Swirydowicz as he heads through the final corner, and he will come through to take the checker flag for race number 2 here in Germany for Semper Racing. He is your winner in the number 1. Adam Delmont P2, Mikey Doble P3, the NXTGEN Gold Drive just holding off the Doble Sim Racing driver, Benjamin McCluskey and Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink complete your top 5, and then Isaac Doble, Lee Horn and Ben Altria, P8, they're your prime winner for Full Tilt B Motorsport, completely reversed the fortunes of race 1. Matthew Sheraton holds on to P9 overall in the end, and what is P2 in the prime class for Aztec Racing, with Liam Silkstone just behind Reese Watt, who completed the top 10, but Silkstone rounds off the prime podium. P11 for NXTGEN Gold. Flash of lights there for Jonathan Collins. He knows he's made it 2 wins out of 2 so far today in the AM class Whiskey Runners Racing, and a P19 as well means he's the only AM driver within the reverse grid potential positions for that lottery draw that's coming up. We'll see P2 in the prime class, or in the AM class I should say, go to Roy Plummer, and the NXTGEN Red driver is going to bring home his first ever AM podium in his 2nd season in the NXTCC. Well, how about that? P28 overall, but more importantly for the Hyundai Elantra driver, P2 in the AM class, and then Costa Transcontinental, he's going to make his way through here in a completely topsy-turvy race for the AM class, but to be fair, you've got to be there to believe it, and the 284 driver here is going to come through for 287 Motorsport to take his first ever AM podium with P34 overall in an absolutely solid drive in the Veloster. Craig Tillerson will finish just behind him to complete the run to P4 in the AM class, if I get my classes correct, and the Runner Motorsport driver makes it 2 P4s in a row in the AM class, and Matt Evans in the end finishes where he started in the AM class in this race, P5, P37 overall. We've also got Josh Brown to come on through, and I believe also Sam Minolta has just made his way across the line, and Duncan Moraes will be your last lead lap finisher if he can get the car off the grass here, but otherwise he will finish P40 regardless, as Mark Kent has already finished his race, P41 a lap down. The same for Sam Bradley at P42, and our drivers onwards there. But as our drivers make their way into the pit lane, it definitely has been an incredibly dramatic race number 2, and Wojciech Swirydowicz leads the field into the pit lane and will return into the top step in earnest. The driver from Semper Racing will know that this one, he had to get the move done on Adam Delmont, he had to pull away before the pressure came on, but he did exactly what was needed, and in the end Delmont managed to hold on long enough for P2 ahead of Mikey Doble, who fought his way on through. Ben Altria there taking the Pro-Am win, and he'll feel as though that's exactly what he's wanted. And well, as our drivers all make their way into the pit lane, let's take a look at those race results subject to any stewards' inquiries. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a look back at what happened between Patrick Falconer, Michael Lees and the drivers around them on the final lap. This was coming down to the hairpin. Oh, goodness me, and that was an error from Michael Lees under braking by the looks of things. Lees having to move to the inside, perhaps missing his braking point, and in here making contact with his teammate, and well, a bit of an upset there for JW Motorsport in what could have been an absolutely huge haul of points for the team in this race, but still it does happen and they'll learn from it, no doubt about it. But that explains the story. But as we return to your live circuit side pictures, let's take you through those race results, and here they are subject to any stewards' inquiries, and I suspect there may be a few after this race. So after another 14 laps of racing in race 2 of round 2 of the NXTCC Season 7, sponsored by Doble Motorcycles, Wojciech Swirydowicz taking the win for Semper Racing by 2.5 seconds over Adam Delmont for NXTGEN Gold. 3 tenths behind it was Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing in a close fought endeavour between the two. Benjamin McCluskey a further almost 6 seconds back for NXTGEN Pink, leading home a P4, P5 ahead of teammate Jamie Dory in that brilliant bit of driving from Benjamin McCluskey and opportunism from Jamie Dory to make it work for the pair of them. And then Isaac Doble P6 there for Doble Sim Racing in a frustrating race, as I think he was hunting the podium, but in the end was made to finish P6 due to the fantastic defensive efforts of Lee Horn for Sam Case of NXTGEN, who in the end held on to a valiant P7 in what was definitely one of his most determined drives of his career. Ben Altrier taking the Prime win at P8 for Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Matthew Cheverton, second place in the Prime class there. The Aztec Racing driver getting a podium on the board, and we're absolutely pleased with that. Reese Watt P10 interrupting the flow of primes for JW Motorsport, but ahead of Liam Silkstone, who rounds off the Prime podium for SRL NXTGEN Gold as best of rest P11. Matthew Addy just missed out on the Prime podium by what was in the end a couple of seconds versus Silkstone, but still a P4 in the Prime class and a P12 overall will be exactly what he wanted to go into the next race for Sam Case for NXTGEN. And then Joe Doble, Gavin Garner and Michael Lees completed your top 15. Stamir Jalvoski at P16 for Semper Racing ahead of Patrick Falconer, with Bobby Thompson at P18 there in a difficult second race, but doing well to recover his way to P18, and in the end finishing ahead of Jonathan Collins, your AM winner for Whiskey Runners Racing, making it 2 AM wins back-to-back here today. And then Piotr Jegosleski completing the top 20, with the Prime driver holding on for Semper Racing by 6 seconds ahead of Russell Fowler, who was P21. Valentin Umbler, P22, the Valkyrie Excite driver, just having no luck so far this season, and we'll hope that luck turns in his favour. Ahead of Alex Meredith, P23, the last of the eligible reverse grid positions. And the Whiskey Runners Racing driver right now be hoping it is the full maximum number. Mark Sykes P24 ahead of Jonathan Robrex. The Valkyrie Excite driver had a great start to the race, but unfortunately was shot off the circuit at turn number 12 and into the barrier, and in the end a P25 recovery, but you'll know he's got it all to do from halfway down the grid in our final race of the day. Wayne Douglas, P26 ahead of Loris Pascucci, and then Roy Plummer second place in the AM class, his first ever AM podium for NXTGEN Red, and he'll be absolutely ecstatic about that. Ahead of Andy Fox and Andrew Pite to complete the top 30. Jake Pitt, P31 ahead of Marcel Fritsch and Nick Clibbins, with P34 and third place in the AM class going to Costa Chatscontinental on his debut for this season here today in race number 2. The TX7 Motorsport driver will be absolutely amazed at that, and a solid drive in the end to cut through all the chaos, carnage and confusion. With Craig Tillerson not too far behind at P35 for Rhino Motorsport, ahead of Sam Smith, Matt Emmons, Josh Brown, and what was then Sam Van Ols to complete your drivers who finished on the lead lap. Meanwhile, a lap down at Duncan Moraes, P40 ahead of Mark Kemp, Sam Bradley, Mitchell West, Daniel Fritz, Adam McNally and Luke Jones completing your runners who finished a lap down there to P46 for JW Motorsports driver. Lewis Mason 2 laps down there for Aztec Racing, then Alan McCain P48, 5 laps down but classified as a finisher, and the same for James Massersgal, last but not least P49 for Aztec Racing, but completed over half the race distance, so on 6 laps down he will be classified. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our second race of the day. And well, we have got one more race to come here at the Hockenheimring. It has proven to generate some absolutely intense races, no doubt about it. But our third race of the day is around the corner. It is, of course, the partial reverse grid race. And that means that the intensity is only going to escalate. And as we cut to the commentary booth, good evening to you all. Glad to see so many of you tuning in throughout this evening and enjoying the racing action out of the circuit. But as always, it is time for us to conduct our reverse grid lottery bowl draw. In my hand is the NXTGEN Racing Lottery Bowl with the numbers 6 through to 12. We'll close our eyes shortly and draw 2 balls out of the bowl, and whatever they add together to, that'll be where we reverse the grid from. So without further ado, let's do the reverse grid draw. So our initial shuffle, and we take our first ball out of the bowl. And it is going to be the number 7. So it is going to be a relatively small grid for this reverse grid. But let's see what joins number 7. It's lucky for some, but how much luck is coming somebody's way? There's the shuffle. And here's the draw. And it is going to be our smallest possible reverse grid. It is 6 join 7, which means that it will be none other than, I do believe, Joseph Doble, who takes reverse grid pole for the final race of the day here at the Hockenheimring. And a very small reverse grid, no doubt about it. But the flip side of the coin, of course, being, ladies and gentlemen, those ones can lead to just as intense races as the larger ones. But the question is, who will bring home our final victory of the day overall? And across our classes, we'll be back in approximately what will be 7 to 8 minutes time to find out. Until then, another word from our sponsor, Doble Motorcycles, and we'll see you shortly. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. and won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and been nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times. The Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycles store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. And we are back one last time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, for race 3 of 3 here in round 2 of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship Season 7, powered by Doble Motorcycles. And goodness me, what an absolutely crazy race 2 we had to follow up a brilliant race number 1. There was chaos at the start, albeit no safety car called in the end, given the circuit was cleared relatively quickly, and the order of cars making their way back to the pit was such that it didn't impede the racing out front. But I can tell you one thing, we saw 15 cars in the pit lane, and it led to a lot of drivers carving their way through. But as we get set now to go racing at one more time, so I have only 2.5 minutes before we do go green flag racing to the grid. Well, the big question is now, what is in store? Well, firstly, we do have, of course, what is a top 13 reverse grid, with Isaac Doble find himself right at the tip of the spear, with not Isaac Doble, I should say Joseph Doble. I keep getting their names muddled up, but Joseph Doble will find himself on pole for the final race of the day. The question is, what will he be able to do from that position? And we'll have to wait and see what he can achieve. But as all drivers make their way through, and there is Joe himself. Can we potentially get a quick word with him before he does go racing? I suspect we might be able to get a quick word from him. And let's see if we can just grab him now and get that thought from him as to how he's feeling for what is our final race of the day. In fact, we'll just catch him with a pat through after he's cleared what is turn number 2 to make sure he's able to clear the corner a-okay. And as he does so, let's grab a quick word with Joe. Joe, are you there? Have you got time for a quick word?
Yeah, of course.
Joe, how are you feeling? Reverse grid pole for our final race of the day. You're going to be at the head of 13 cars that are being reversed, and well, it could be the first opportunity to get a win on the board for Doble Sim Racing this season.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. With a pretty dreadful qualifying and first race, I didn't really think much would come of this night, but with a great second race going from 32nd to 13th, yeah, hopefully I can make the most of this race.
Well, we won't keep you too much longer, the time's bearing down, but I have to also ask, of course, you're doing well as well in the Nanking BMW Compact Cup in real life. Does it feel odd transitioning from the BMWs and their front engine rear wheel drive back to the front engine front wheel drive touring cars?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I never really thought it would much, but when you go through braking points and all that sort of stuff, it really does make a difference, and it just does take you a good half hour to just dial yourself back in. So yeah, massive difference.
Well, Joe, thank you for the insights. Good luck in race 3, and we'll see you at the checkered flag.
Cheers, Paul.
So hearing a quick word there from none other than Joe, or Joseph Doble as he's known in full, and of course not just racing on what is the virtual circuit but also the real life circuit, and doing extremely well in the Nanking BMW Compact Cup in the United Kingdom, following the footsteps of brother Mikey, but making his own way as well in a way. But will he make his own way to the front of the field and hold on to it? Well, it's time for us to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because we head to the grid for race number 3. And as we do, this is how our drivers will line up for the final time today. It is Joe Doble who takes top 13 at reverse grid at pole position for Doble Sim Racing, ahead of Matthew Addy, Prime pole sitter for Sam Cases for Next Gen. Behind them will be the Prime and Pro pair of what is Liam Silkstone for SO and Next Gen Gold, and Reese Watt for JW Motorsport. On row number 3 is Matthew Sheraton, another Prime driver, and he is joined by fellow Prime driver of Ben Altrier, respectively line up for Aztec Racing and Full Tilt V Motorsport. Lee Horn starts today in P7 for the final race for Sam Cases for Next Gen, and is joined by Isaac Doble there, starting P8 for Doble Sim Racing, and your top 10 is completed by the partnering of Jamie Dory for Next Gen Pink and teammate Benjamin McCluskey, and expect plenty of fireworks from them. They made it work aplenty in race number 2. Mikey Doble starts P11 at Best the Rest there for Doble Sim Racing on row 6, joined by Adam Delmont for SRL with Next Gen Gold. Then completing the reverse positions, it's your race 2 winner Wojciech Swirydowicz for Semper Racing P13, joined on the 7th row of the grid by Gavin Garner for Next Gen Ping. Round number 8 will be contested by Michael Lees for JW Motorsport and Patrick Falconer for JW Motorsport as well. The two teammates will need to work together on this one after what was that late contact between them in race number 2. Unfortunate, but they'll look to repair and move forward. Bobby Thompson starts P17 and a valiant recovery driver in race number 2, moving into the 17th spot, the privateer, ahead of pole sitter and winner back-to-back twice today so far, Jonathan Collins for Whiskey Honours Racing P18. Can he make it free on the bounce? We suspect he may be able to do so. Your top 20 is completed by Piotr Jegorzelewski for Semper Racing and Russell Fowler for Performance Link Esports, with the row behind them, row number 11 going to Valentin Umbler, the Valkyrie X-Type driver, being joined by Alex Meredith for Whiskey Runners Racing after their brilliant battling in race 2. They have the opportunity to do plenty more of it in the final race of the day. Mark Sykes starts P23 for Sam Cases for NXTGEN, joined on the 12th row of the grid by Jonathan Robrex for Valkyrie X-Type. And then we do have on row at number 13 Wayne Douglas for NXTGEN Ping and Larice Pascucci for Valkyrie X-Type, with Roy Plummer after that brilliant result in race number 2 started P27 for NXTGEN Red, second place in the AM class, and joined on the 14th row of the grid by Pro-Am driver Andy Fox for Goldwing Motorsport. Andrew Pike starts P29 for the Sim Racing Collective, joined on the 15th row by Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing. And outside the top 30, we begin the journey with Marcel Fritsch for WS Racing Esports and Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports. Behind them, it will then be the combination of what will be Costa Chatscontinental and also Craig Tillison for 287 Motorsport and Verano Motorsport respectively. Sam Smith starts P35 for iRacing Esports and has the company of Matt Emmons for Verano Motorsport behind him. And then we do see behind the pair there on what is row at number 19, Josh Brown and Sam Van Alst for NXTGEN Red and Goldwing Motorsport respectively, with Duncan Rise after a brilliant qualifying session and opening race. Now he's got it all to do from P39 on the grid for Goldwing Motorsport, and it will be challenging, and he's joined on the 20th row by Mark Kemp for Full Tilt V Motorsport. Sam Bradley, in a difficult day so far today, starts P41 for SRO NXTGEN Gold, joined on the 21st row of the grid by Mitchell West for Mitch West Performance, and it'll be Daniel Fritz for Whiskey Runners Racing who starts P43. P44 alongside him is Adam McNally for SRO NXTGEN Gold. Luke Jones for JW Motorsport lines up P45, joined by Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing on row 23. Then we'll be seeing on what is row number 24, last but not least, Alan McCain. We've had 2 retirements since the previous race, but the iRacing Esports driver will complete your starting grid. But the grid is set, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone is in position, and it's Joseph Doble on the right, Matthew Addy on the left. But who out of these two will be leading come the exit a turn at number 2 and that run down towards the hairpin? Well, 14 laps will tell the story for the final time today. And as our drivers rev their engines and line up, it's 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out, and away we go for the final time today as Joseph Doble gets a good start there as they roar their way down towards turn 1. Matthew Addy stumbling, it would seem, as they made their way into the opening corner, and Doble's going to be allowed to run with this as Liam Silkstone catapults his way into lead of the Pram class with P2 as they come down towards turn number 2 here, as they do. Everyone right now getting argy-bargy in terms of looking at the space. Oh, goodness me, that's multiple cars off there. That's Ben Trier who's taken to the barrier, I do believe, for Full Tilt V Motorsport, and all more cars coming across, and with that, it looks like right now everyone trying to part the seas. A bit more drama there as I think 4 cars tried to merge into a single space, but the majority of the field does clear it eventually, and as they do so, well, they make the way down what is the back stretch, and Joe Doble continues to lead, and we'll have to get a replay this time of what exactly happened at the start there and triggered off the chain reaction, but multiple incidents, but the road has cleared already. But as they make the way on through into Mercedes, we can see here Matthew Sheraton fighting around the outside of Isaac Doble. Both drivers here absolutely digging in right now, fighting each other as hard as humanly possible, albeit Sheraton, I think at this point in time, having to go as defensive as he can versus Isaac, whereas he would like to ideally continue to push forward after Silkstone and Addy, but still he can't complain. He is currently P3 in the Prime class, and of course if he holds on to this all the way to the end for a great result overall and for the team's points, as they head in towards turn number 12, that's a long way off, and we know that a single lap in the NXTCC can feel like a lifetime when it's this close. And speaking of which, Michael Lees right now battling side by side with Thompson, as Thompson in the black Audi there on the outside coming through 13 into 14, 15 they go. Lees does get ahead, sideways movement there from ways Gavin Gardner. Gardner rejoins, but he's going to rejoin here on the outside of Thompson as they make the way out to the Sud curve and on towards lap number 2 they go. But will there be any change here? Gardner right now really trying to push forward as much as he can as he makes his way deeper and deeper into this race. A bit of a tap there between himself and Thompson, can't find the movement, has to stay behind Patrick Falconer now. Have an opportunity to look down the inside, and also here comes Russell Fowler. Russell Fowler having a brilliant start to this race, getting in multiple places, goes all in, but he will be obstructed by Falconer, who just happens to be in front, and as a result there, Gardner will lose out to Falconer to a degree, or will he? There's Gardner's not done yet, and in fact really coming back strong here versus Lees and Patrick Falconer as they power their way on down the straight up towards what will be the national hairpin, but here comes Fowler looking up the inside onto the anchors, they all go. Thompson defending hard to the inside, and in the end it will be Gardner who loses out versus Fowler, who in turn gets ahead of at least almost there as they head in towards Mercedes once again, but Fowler will be left on the outside for now, and Gardner trying to come back at him through Mercedes and does exactly that as Thompson goes a bit deep and Gardner gains the place back off of Thompson. But after they make the way on through turn number 9, well, they'll calm down for a brief moment, and just in time as well, as meanwhile we look here to Reese Watt, currently in P3 right now, and Matthew Addy just behind him and Liam Silverstone just in front, and as they charged away on around through the left-hander there, turn number 12, well, elsewhere down the road we can tell you, as spotted by D Delta in the YouTube chat, that Sam Van Olst has gained 17 places at the start of this race, up from P37 to P20, absolutely soaring up the order, and we'll come to him in due course. But meanwhile, Reese Watt right now caught up behind Liam Silverstone after quickly making work of Matthew Addy, but I suspect the reason why Addy allowed Watt to get past him is because he's more concerned about chasing Silverstone for the prime win after what was that difficult start to the race. As they come down towards turn number 2 once more, after what is 2 laps of racing, it's Joe Doble who leads ahead of Silverstone, followed by Watt, then Addy, then Jamie Dory in P5, Matthew Sheridan P6, Wojciech Swirydowicz P7, and then it is Mikey Doble P8 ahead of Isaac Doble P9, and Adam Delton completes your top 10, with Benjamin McCluskey P11, best the rest, but he's got a long line of cars behind him, and Adam Delmont. Meanwhile, further down the order, Jonathan Collins is still leading in the AM class. He has lost a few places from that P19 start down to P23. The Whiskey Runners Racing driver knows all he's got to do here today is just simply bring this car home in the lead of the AM class, and he will be the first AM driver to ever achieve what is a triple in a single round of racing in the NXTCC, if my memory serves me correctly. Nobody did it in season 6 from what I remember, but in season 7 it will be Collins who will be the first to do it. As they head into the braking zone here, 3 wide. Oh, goodness me, that's a nasty shunt there with what was the car Jake Pitt, and I think Collins will get away with that, but I do wonder whether the front left suspension, that Velocity, is going to feel a little bit worse for wear, and that was on the rear of Jake Pitt's car as he went 3 wide with Pitt and Humbert, but in the end Humbert getting ahead of Collins, but not ahead of Pitt. Pitt almost propelled forward there coming through Mercedes Arena, and how they all managed to avoid that without any further contact, I'm not quite sure. Meanwhile, Marcel Fritsch turns sideways. Does he catch the car? He does not. Indeed, he catches a number of other drivers instead, and as he tries to bring it back together, a tap on the rear of the car for Marcel Fritsch has sent others sideways, including, I think, Wayne Douglas being one of the victims of that incident, and also Matt Emmons, who just does not seem to be having any luck today as far as incidents are concerned. Even more incidents there, as that is Costa Chats Continental going around the outside of Sam Smith, and it does seem as though everyone right now started to see red in race number 3, as does seem to be the trend so far if we have to base it on round number 1 alone this season. As they head on to lap number 4, we need to take a look back at the race start, and here we go, ladies and gentlemen, into, oh goodness me, hold the fault there, as that is the SRL with NXTGEN Gold car of Adam McNally that is crawling along. That has been sent to the wall on the exit of 1, whether it's own volition or aided by another driver, we can't quite tell you the story, but it's definitely had a nasty moment as Josh Brown tucks up the inside to move into P34 and get ahead of McNally. But meanwhile, here's the replay of the race start. When we look a little bit further back with regards to the race start here, and in particular we ride on board with Mark Sykes, the Sam Case for NXTGEN driver gets a brilliant launch off the line, having to take a little bit of evasive work versus the number 4 there as they got underway, but as they did so, and well, making his way into turn number 1, will we see the first signs? He had to dodge Humbert and head into the opening corner, all safe so far, but will we see what exactly triggered off the chain reaction of incidents? Well, here we go. And they head on down. Of course, Ben Altria at this point has already been sent to the wall. You can see the smoke there. Comes back across the circuit. Sykes safe for now, but I could hear contact occurring behind him, so he avoided most of it. In fact, the contact occurred behind him. We take a look back at the race start from what was the perspective of Ben Altria here, albeit from the exterior cameras, and as he got underway, will we see what the story was with regards to sending him to the barrier? So gets a good start, looks up the inside versus what was the JW Motorsport car in front, couldn't quite find it, so has to back off. Now in turn he has got one of the Doble Sim Racing cars, that's the number 65, and in the end gets squeezed between them and also what is the NXTGEN Racing pink car, Jamie Dory, and I think in all of the ruckus there, is propelled to the wall. I'm not quite sure the full story, and then you can see Wayne Douglas going sideways in a bit of contact with what was, I believe, Humbert, and that is the rest of the instant chain coming on through there. So it looks like it was all under braking in the end, that multiple cars came together. We could dissect it further, but that's for the stewards to do. Should any incidents get reported, we need to get back to live racing pictures, which we are now back to those live pictures because we've got more racing to cover here. And well, speaking of racing, this is Mark Kent your second place driver, who right now would love to make some more progress. He is closing down Jonathan Collins, who is 5 places up the road. And I say 5 and not 4 because now we have just had what is there Wayne Douglas cut his way through, and also Jonathan Roberts is also going to do the same up the inside of the Mercedes arena, and more the number 94 from Full Tilke Motorsport definitely being pushed further and further back as they come on through what is their turn at number 9 towards 10, albeit getting back ahead of Roberts, but there's Mark Sykes behind, also putting some pressure on. There's some brilliant battling between the drivers of different classes here, all trying to make further progress, but not quite able to at this time. As they come down in towards a turn number 12. Well, right now, all these drivers absolutely going all in as best they can, but no sign of any further progress from what is Sykes, alternative Roberts behind. But looking back up the order, here we can see that Matthew Addy looks to try and fend off Mikey Doble and Wojciech Swirydowicz. Well, the two big favourites of the title this season square off into turn number 2, and it's going to be Swirydowicz on the inside, Doble on the outside, albeit as they make the way on through turns 3 and 4. Well, it is now going to be in the realms of whereby it's a drag race down the straight here in towards the hairpin. But will there be any change? Doble will have the overspeed, he'll have the toe of Addy, but Swirydowicz has got the inside. And as they head onto the brakes, still 2 wide at the apex of 6. Starting to lose out is Doble on 7, but he's still there enough to fight for his cause coming into 8. So Doble not giving up here, and keeping in mind that Mikey has got brother Isaac right behind looking to get involved. But Swirydowicz in the end does back off a little bit coming into 9, gives the space. 2 does go through there, but you have to be respectful if you're on the inside. And in turn, Isaac Doble now looking for an opportunity to get along and help his brother out here by battling with Swirydowicz. Swirydowicz looking around the outside there to defend, to take the inside into 12. As they go onto the brakes here, well, Isaac having to back off. 9, he's not quite able to make the move, but what he is able to do is make Swirydowicz go a little bit too late on brakes. You can see there the rear of the car starting to cut loose slightly, and a brilliant bit of pressure being put on here by Isaac Doble onto Swirydowicz, in the fact that by getting into Swirydowicz's space and really trying to get under his skin, he's making Swirydowicz work those front tyres harder. And even though track temperature has fallen over the course of the racing today, it does mean that right now Swirydowicz will be vulnerable to really killing those tyres off earlier compared to his rivals, given the fact he is carrying the full 56.1 kilograms of success ballast. And we know that as soon as you get to the halfway point in this race with that weight in the car, it does mean those front tyres really start to fall away. As they head in towards turn number 2 through the right hand of the battle seems to reach a hiatus. Meanwhile, Adam Delmont and Matthew Sheraton, they're still fighting, with Delmont right now looking for an opportunity to make some more progress versus the prime driver, but that progress is not forthcoming. And I suspect here it's just as much Sheraton really trying to dig in to hold on to P9 overall as it is Delmont right now, just not able to find a move. But meanwhile, Swirydowicz here under pressure at Doble again. Doble looking around the outside, can't quite find it, but look at the gap. This is open up to Mikey in front, in the fact that now that gap is almost 1.5 seconds, and it's enabling one member of the Doble Sim Racing family to go charging off. Meanwhile, the other continues to put the pressure on the championship leader. As they make the way in towards turn number 10, and we say hello to Kerr Worry there in the YouTube chat, talking about the camera angles for the replays, and unfortunately not giving us the best camera angle there, unfortunately, in terms of what was going on. And while there's limitations of the cameras we do have here at the Hockenheimring, but at the same time, I'm sure what we lack in terms of our replay cameras, we make up for in terms of live racing action at this time. And as our drivers continue to attack, well, meanwhile, Liam Silverstone under attack here as we ride on board and look back from your second place overall driver and your Pro-Am leader. And this is Jamie Dory right now, getting the flashing lights out here to try and put some pressure on to Silverstone. Silverstone not wilting it under the pressure at this time as they come out of turn 1, down towards turn number 2 they go. And as they do so right now, Silverstone absolutely keeping it together. But Dory looking up the inside, goes all in the brakes. Here comes Reese Watt as well, trying to squeeze out the inside, trying to see whether he can keep the door open for himself a little bit longer. Not quite able to do so, and Silverstone knowing that one can pass, but not both, and doing exactly that. As meanwhile, Addy fights on here with Mikey Doble. It's going to be Doble looking down to the inside into the hairpin. And whilst the Audi has got the overspeed and the better top end speed, I suspect Addy might let this go on the basis that gradually, the more pros fight their way past him, they'll get closer to Silverstone, and they'll bring Silverstone naturally to him to reignite that battle for the Pro-Am win in this final race of the day. But as they come out of the Mercedes arena, well, Silverstone down to P4 with Mikey Doble putting on the pressure and the heat. And Matthew Addy right behind, but as they make the way in towards turn number 11, Meanwhile, we look back to what is your pro. Attacking the AM leader is the focus of attention here. Jonathan Collins under pressure from Jonathan Robrex, who right now is trying to recover in this race. And we can see a lap down there is Loris Pascucci, the fellow Valkyrie X-Type driver, who's all the way down in P42. But from them, it's then Mark Kent, who stays right behind in the mix here. And he's got Daniel Fritz for close company as they fight on for P2 in the AM class. And heading up towards turn number 12. Well, definitely right now, Kent on paper, you would argue, is perhaps the driver who would be expected to have the pace to catch Collins, but given qualifying didn't quite work out the way it wanted to for Kent, will be had success ballast in the car there a major amount, then it could mean that right now Kent will have an opportunity to go hunting after that win and perhaps spoil what could be a perfect day of points to drive for Collins. But we'll have to wait and see. For as they make the way onto lap number 9, Collins right now having been passed by Robrex going out of turn number 11 into 12-13. Flashes lights there to Robrex to say, okay, you got ahead of me, now what, can you move along? And well, as they make the way down, the pressure is going to be on here for Whiskey Runners Racing Drugs. He'll know that after Pascucci gets close, who is a lap down, when Pascucci is able to unlap himself, it's then going to be Ken and Fritz for the rest of the race. And the top 3 of the AM class are currently only separated by 2 seconds. It could be less than a second in the coming laps. But from there, we do look to Benjamin McCluskey, who's getting stuck in versus Lee Horn, and also Nick Klivich just behind, with Alex Meredith and Sam Van Olst fighting in the rear of the picture. And as they come on through turn number 8, a Mercedes, right now McCluskey digging in deep here to make sure that he doesn't lose out, albeit a bit of contact there side by side with Klivich coming through 9, sends McCluskey sideways, and in turn it's going to give Klivich the move, and also it's going to bring Meredith up a position into P15, and Meredith now will be hoping that he can continue to push forward here ahead of the next gen pink driver and make the move on Klivich to try and take what will be for him in class P4 in Pro-Am. But as they head out to turn number 12 onwards towards 13, they'll go. Well, right now the Whiskey Runners Racing driver able to hold off McCluskey for a brief moment, but this could be a sign of anything to come as they head on to another lap, onto lap 10, which is just around the final corner. And as they roar the way onto that next lap, Klivin's going a little bit wide out the final corner, has to be careful of that in terms of picking up the gravel on the left-hand side tyres, and the fact he can compromise the grip levels going on to the next lap. But right now Klivin's does seem to be managing things a-okay as they power their way past our cameraman. Meanwhile, we look back towards the front of the field, and this is Jamie Dorian P2 ahead of Reese Watts still as they make the way up towards the National A hairpin. As they come down onto the brakes this time, well, Joe Doble is already 3.2 seconds clear, and in terms of the rate of knots, Dory is a little bit faster, at least on that previous lap. He was 0.08 faster, but the problem is when it's a 3-second gap, you need a bit more in the tank than that. You need to be carving down the best part of a couple attempts, if not more, to have any chance of bringing that gap down to something that's tangible on the final lap for you to work with. You can see Joe Doble there in the foreground of the camera with Alan McCain and what is Valentin and Blair just behind, and both a lap down fighting for P38, and then it's Dory, Watt and Silkstone in the pursuit as they all chase Dory in towards turn at number 11, and Dory right now managing this race exactly as he needs to do so, but knowing as well that there's still more laps to come, 4 more laps after this one, and well, that tyre life can come and go very quickly indeed. As meanwhile, Mikey Doble there on the inside of Silkstone finds an ingress, finds a way to make the move count here into P4, and now Doble's got 3 more places to hunt down, or really 2 more places to guarantee a 1-2 for Doble Sim Racing. Of course, as a driver, you want to be a little bit selfish and take the win, but I suspect here Mikey's focus will be just get P2 and enable brother Joe to run away and take the win today and make it a huge haul for the team. You can see Silkstone there just a bit further behind, and Swirydowicz still in the chase, and with Swirydowicz no longer under pressure from Isaac Doble behind, I suspect now that Swirydowicz will be thinking, can he try and get back into that fight with Mikey and make sure that Mikey's not able to gain any real ground on him in the overall Drivers' Championship after today. We'll have to see, because Swirydowicz really has had the better share of the points in races 1 and 2, but this might be a Mikey Doble's opportunity to strike back just when he needs to do so. But Swirydowicz does have Liam Silkstone for a bit of a buffer here to try and work through, and Silkstone right now is your prime leader. I think would prefer not to lose any more overall places. He'd love an overall top 5, but he would also like to make sure he's got plenty of pros between him and Matthew Addy, who is only just on the heels there of Isaac Doble and not too far away from getting back in the fight for the prime win. But they head in towards turn number 10. From these drivers, we look a little bit further back to Russell Fowler, who makes it 2 wide here. Benjamin McCluskey, the 2 pros fighting for P17. No points up for grabs here, but a little bit of pride on their minds as well as they head on through into turn 11, and Fowler getting himself nicely tucked in there and gets the place off of McCluskey. And now Jegoslecki trying to look for a similar move here. Can he find it? No, he can't. As we ride on board with the Semper Racing driver, and I'm sure much like his profile photo there, there'll be a big grin on his face in terms of enjoying the racing without a doubt, as I head in towards turn number 14 for the 11th time of asking here today in this final race. And you can see Jegoslecki waiting for an opportunity, but not quite able to get into that fight. I think right now really having to wait to see if McCluskey will come back against Fowler, and if so, can he capitalise on what follows. But meanwhile, in a bit of a newsflash moment, we look back to P24, and this is your AM leader. But why this is important, this is Jonathan Collins, Whiskey Runners Racing, but immediately behind the Whiskey Runners Veloster, you can see that that's Mark Kent, your second place AM, and then Daniel Fritz, the third place AM driver. And they'd love to make it a 1-2 with Whiskey Runners Racing, but Mark Kent would love to crash the party and take the win for himself and prevent Collins from taking 3 AM wins back-to-back here in Germany. And right now, Daniel Fritz absolutely on a mission to try and make sure that Kent does not get any closer to Collins. But I suspect with the success ballast in their respective cars, Collins right now may be gradually making his way backwards towards these guys rather than trying to pull away, and not without effort, but at the same time as well, the car coming against him. You can see Fritz there taking a little bit of a glimmer up the inside into turn 6, but not quite able to find the move, but just trying to get that mental pressure on, trying to get Kent to make a mistake in order to release P2 into his hands, but also to take the pressure off of Collins in front and give the Whiskey Runners team the opportunity to make history here today. As they come on through turn number 9, no change at the moment. They stay as they are, but we'll continue to monitor this battle. As meanwhile, further down the order, well, further up the order I should say, it's Isaac Doble battling here with Wojciech Swirydowicz, and these two still fighting for P6. Liam Silkstone is being given some breathing room here to hold on to P5. Doble backs off onto the inside of turn 1, decides not to make the move in order to make sure he carries as much momentum as possible up into turn 2. Sensible racing there from the number 65 driver, and Swirydowicz will appreciate that, no doubt about it. But as they head on through into the braking zone, we're in front. That is Alan McCain and Valentin Embert, who find themselves completely wrapped up in this lead pack. We're right now fighting for P38, or what is P13 in the Prime class, and worth some points to the Prime drivers, but they now have to respect the blue flags and let the fighting go. But as they come on down towards what is turn number 6, onto the brakes, and right now no change between them, and Embert having to fall back even further. But as they head in towards what is the rest of this penultimate lap, re-swap holding on to P3 with Mikey Doble close behind, and Jamie Dory now what is 2 seconds clear. And it is clear to us by looks of things that what really struggling with tyre life in the Audi RS3 at this stage in the race, Dory's been able to gradually build that gap out. Nobody's going to be catching Joe Doble at this time by looks of things, but these two drivers, where it is all about Mikey trying to find his way into P3 and see if he can gain any more out of this with the remaining time. As from them, looking back to Isaac Doble as he negotiates the traffic there of Alan McCain, and the same for Wojciech Swirydowicz. They're making their way through, albeit having to really tiptoe their way around the RAC Sports driver who's doing everything in his power to steer clear and not obstruct the racing. Incredibly close, and from them it's getting even closer here as we ride on board, going on to the final lap in the battle for P3 between Watt and Doble as they head in towards turn number 1. The JW Motorsport driver holding on for now, but it looks so holding on by a hair as they head down towards turn number 2. And will Doble go for it here? No, he won't, because he knows there's a long acceleration zone coming up, and that's where the Audi will be at its strongest. He needs to get the better run out of here, be in the toe to neutralise the advantage of the Audi RS3, and then just simply try and go for it on the brakes into the hairpin. If he can get it done at the hairpin, it may just seal the deal. But again, that's in theory. The practical's a lot harder, and onto the brakes they go. Can he find it? No, he can't. What gets it absolutely part. Small tap on the rear there, but that's a love tap as far as they're concerned, and they stay as they are for the time being. Meanwhile, in the AM lead battle, this is still Collins. He's holding on. In fact, he's opened the gap up to what is 9/10, and Daniel Fritz has found his way on through to take P2 in the AM class. Here's a quick replay of how it happened, and it was on the run out of turn number 1, heading down towards turn 2. Ken having a poor run out of the corner, and onto the brakes they went, and Daniel Fritz making the move count there on his fellow Veloster driver. And could they bring that 1-2 home? We'll have to see, as meanwhile we look to your race leader, ladies and gentlemen, and having inherited the reverse grid pole, he didn't need to be told twice in order to seize upon it, and he's done exactly that. And to bring home the first win of the season for Doble Sim Racing, Joe Doble will see the checker flag in race number 3 and be your victor overall, as behind him Jamie Dory drives home to P2 for Next Gen Pink, and Reese Watt completes the overall podium there for JW Motorsport. Hold off Mikey Doble to the line, as then Wojciech Swirydowicz, Isaac Doble, Adam Doble and Matthew Addy, who comes on through in the closing stages to take the prime win. We'll have to see how he passed Liam Silkstone and all of that, but takes the prime win off of Liam Silkstone. The same case for Next Gen, with the SO and Next Gen Gold Drive just missed out, and it's Matthew Sheraton who takes the third place spot in the prime class. Meanwhile, in the AM class, it's a 1-2 for Whiskey Runners Racing, with Collins taking the win ahead of teammate Daniel Fritz, and then Mark Kent completes the AM podium, and will drive for Collins takes all 3 AM wins here today, a first for an AM driver in the NXTCC, and meanwhile it's the first 1-2 for Whiskey Runners Racing. In fact, I think it's back-to-back 1-2s, and it's the first time any AM team's been able to do that. But as all the drivers make the way on down, we've still got some more to finish, including Josh Brown, who runs a bit wide there, and that is going to release Roy Plummer, in fact, up to P31 and P7 in the AM class, as Brown loses a place right at the end there, but he manages to finish ahead of Andrew Pike, with then Marcel Fridge P34, and we will have Andy Fox P35 just behind him for Goldwyn Motorsport, and last but not least will be Mitchell West in a challenging day after a great qualifying session, and what was also with a great race 1. It hasn't worked out in races 2 or 3, but he will take a P9 in the AM class and get some points on the board, and today that's what he's going to have to settle for as he comes on through. But 36 lead lap finishers, and at the head of them all as he makes his way into the pit lane, Joseph Doble, with an absolutely controlled race to the finish line. You can see there Jamie Dory giving him a tap on the rear to help him celebrate. It's been some time since we've seen Joseph on the top step of the podium, but he'll be pleased with that, as will Dory for that P2, and Reese White in the end holding on for a valiant third place spot on the overall podium, but having to do it the hard way. And I think if you'd said to him going into today, did he expect to take home an overall podium, the answer would have been no, but he's done so. Matthew Addy there taking the Pro-Am win, and Addy doing so late on in the race, but getting it done on what was the penultimate lap versus Liam Silkstone. And here is the replay to explain the story. And this was in the run down into the corner. Silkstone being turned there, turned sideways, and that I believe was contact of Wojciech Swirydowicz that led to Silkstone being turned. And well, in the end, Matthew Addy picking up the spot, a frustrating end to the day. And well, Matthew Addy taking home the opportunity and making it count there, and didn't need to be asked twice about it. But a surprise there, and I don't think there was any malice meant, but that one might be looked at after the race, and we'll have to see how it comes out from the stewards. But that's the racing complete, ladies and gentlemen. And as the last of our cars make the way into the pit lane, let's take a look at the race results subject to any stewards' inquiries, and here they are. So after an enthralling race 3 here in round number 2 of the NXTCC Season 7, brought to you at the Hockenheimring, well, what a drive from Joe Doble to take the win for Doble Sim Racing by 2.6 seconds in the end over Jamie Dory for Next Gen Pink. In turn, Reese Watt a further 2.1 seconds behind, fended off Mikey Doble time and time again to bring home that final spot on the overall podium, and then the Doble Sim Racing driver P4 head of Wojciech Swirydowicz, scoring back some key points versus his title rival, but knowing that again Swirydowicz has picked up the majority share here today. Behind the one driver Semper Racing, it was Isaac Doble, who in the end was a further 3 seconds behind after keeping so much pressure on Swirydowicz for so long to aid his teammate in running away. Well, P6 was what he could do for Doble Sim Racing, albeit 1.5 seconds clear of Adam Delmont, who finished P7 for SO and Next Gen Gold. From the Pro drivers, our first prime was P8. That was Matthew Addy for Sam Cases for Next Gen, holding on to that P8 spot in the end, and more importantly, a win here in Germany in the prime class. 3 seconds clear of the misfortunate Liam Silkstone for SRL Next Gen Gold, who in the end was turned away from victory on the penultimate lap, and will take a P9, a second place spot on the prime podium. Then the number 96 of Patrick Falconer, completing a top 10 there for JW Motorsport in a solid drive from Falconer today. All 3 finishes inside the top 10. Matthew Sheraton P11 for Aztec Racing, completing the prime podium of Addy, Silkstone and Sheraton. And it was Lee Horn, Nick Clemens, Sam Van Alsten and Alex Meredith who completed your top 15. Behind the Whiskey Runners Racing driver, Russell Fowler P16 there for the Performance Link Esports team. No points on the board from this race, but a better race to wrap up the day. And then behind him, Piotr Jegoslewski for Semper Racing, and the top 20 being completed by Benjamin McCluskey, Michael Lees and Jonathan Robrex. The Valkyrie X-Type driver, indeed his teammates, I think will get their time to shine. It just wasn't to be over the course of the day today again, but still behind him, P21 Jake Pitt in a challenging day for Aztec Racing. And then we come to our AM podium finishers, P22 through to P24 overall, started with Jonathan Collins, who makes it 3 wins in the AM class back-to-back here today in a solid drive. And John Meredith there congratulating him in the YouTube chat for the triple win for Risky Runners. A 1-2 led home by him, and teammate Daniel Fritz there, P23 second place in the AM podium. 2 1-2s today for Whiskey Runners Racing, and Mark Kent wasn't quite able to spoil the party, but fought hard to do so, taking the third place spot on the AM podium for Full Tilt V Motorsport. Adam and Ali, P25 ahead of Matt Emmons, with the Rhino Motorsport driver just finishing ahead of his teammate by 3 seconds. Speaking home at Craig Tillerson at P27 there, and the two of them round off the AM top 5 together. Luke Jones P28, and then completing the top 30 was the pairing of Gavin Gardner and Sam Bradley. A challenging day for Bradley, for SON NXTGEN Gold, bringing him back down to earth after a brilliant debut in Spain, but the opposite is true for Roy Plummer for NXTGEN Red, who may not have been able to make it another podium in what was the final race of the day, but some huge points on the board for the NXTGEN Red driver, and he'll be absolutely happy with that. As will teammate Josh Brown, who finished just behind him there, taking P8 in the AM class, P32 overall. Andrew Pyatt P33 and a day to forget for the Sim Racing Collective today, and Marcel Fritsch the same in P34 there for WS Racing Esports. Your top 35 was rounded off by Andy Fawkes, who really has been brought back down today, much like in a similar way to Sam Bradley in the AM class, but the Pro-Am driver finding the Hockenheimring. As he said to me in the build-up today, it was going to be a challenge, and it certainly was in the end. From the Goldwing Motorsport driver, Mitchell West was your last lead lap finisher, P36 from Mitch West Performance, ahead of lap down drivers Valentin Embert, firstly for Valkyrie X-Type, also Alan McCain for iRacing Esports. And completing the top 40, it was Loris Pascucci who was the lap down, and Mark Sykes there, P40 for Sam Case for NXTGEN. 2 laps down to Sam Smith ahead of Wayne Douglas, who finished 6 laps down and will be classified. The same for Duncan Marias, who did reach the halfway point of the race and therefore will be classified for Goldwing Motorsport P43. And then retirements or non-finished classifications for Costa Chatscon-Snantanu, Lewis Mason, Bobby Thompson, Ben Altria, and I do believe that is all 47 finishers, ladies and gents. So 47 starters, and in the end, it was a grand total of 43 finishers, of which 36 on the lead lap. But goodness me, what a triplet of races here today in Germany. A fantastic second round of the season. Indeed, whilst things got tight and there was some major incidents, I'm sure they'll be investigated after the races. The one thing that stayed for certain since round number 1 is that the racing has proven close, tight and clinical. And with every move mattering, those championship stands are definitely going to be shaken up going into round number 3. But whilst our racing does come to a close for today, of course, we would like to remind you that if you haven't subscribed to the channel you're tuning into this broadcast on, we do recommend you do so that way you can stay up to date with all the latest action in the NXTCC, of course hosted every Tuesday and brought to you live from circuit side. And we'd also like to remind you that whilst the racing may have finished, we've still got our post-round interviews coming up. Speaking of which, we're going to be taking a brief break, but we'll be back in approximately 12 minutes time for those post-round interviews. Don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss them. We'll see you very shortly. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our post-round interviews. And tonight we're going to be hearing from 2 Prime Class drivers and 1 of our Pro drivers. And we're going to be starting off with a man who's gone all the way from effectively the back of the grid to the front of it today. That's Liam Silkstone for SL Next Gen Gold with an absolutely superb finish in race number 3, being undermined to a degree by missing out on the win. But I think you'll still be happy to have a double podium at the end of the race and stay in the Prime Class. We'll then be hearing from Prime driver Alex Meredith for Whiskey Runners Racing, and what's been his debut round of the season, and with a consistent start to his season, no doubt about it. And then we'll be hearing it from Stalwart to the Pro Class and series organiser Jamie Dory, who today stringing together a near perfect run of top 5s, albeit a P6 in race 1 is nothing to be upset about. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we have none other than Liam Silkstone joining me in the interview room. And as he does join me now, good evening to you, Liam, and well, what a day of racing for yourself, albeit it didn't perhaps start off on the strongest note, but as the day went on, you found your way to the front of the field, and it looked so you had fun out there.
Yeah, it was just a weird one because, like, in qualifying, it was the track's that small and tight, and I'd gone out, and I think I just messed up my first lap. It was one of them, keep out of the way, so I think I ended up doing rally crossing, going across the gravel, moving out of the way, and then before I knew it, I messed my second one up, and then my head just went, I'm not qualifying, I've had enough, so I sat in pit lane and sulked for a good 10 minutes, and then McNally's like, you coming back out? No. So I started last, and then just a bit of contact in front of me, I slowed down, and then people that weren't slowing down ended up causing more crashes. I got through then, I thought, okay, I'll take that. I think we're P12 after race 1. Same again, just worked my way through, a couple of crashes in front, got lucky, and then on the reverse grid, it put me P3 to start, so I was just like, look, just keep it clean, just keep cracking on. And yeah, I think it was more luck than judgment, and just, I was annoyed and drove angry, but just kept my head forward.
Well, to be fair, there may have been quite a bit of fortunate on your side today, but when it mattered most, you definitely made it count with regards to making those moves. And I have to ask, with regards to the Audi RS3 for this season, we've seen the majority of the field opt to go more towards the Honda, with a few choosing to go to the Audi, such as yourself. What made you go with the Audi?
So when the touring cars first came out, I've always driven the Audi, and it's just what I felt comfortable in. And it was, I've done the Nürburgring 4 hours on it, and I've always driven the Audi. It's always been my one. And then Delmont goes, oh, we need to drive the Civic. I'm like, I'm not driving Civic. So we did the 24 in the Civic. And then now I got to drive my own car again. I went, right, I'm going back to the Audi. It's just what I'm comfortable in. And yes, I can drive the Civic, but I'd rather be in the Audi because it's what I've driven for years. But Civic might be quicker, but it's just what I feel comfortable in.
Well, that's absolutely fair, and I think going with what you comfortable in always does merit some great results. But coming on to that qualifying session, you were saying about the fact that after a while it really was sit in the pit lane and sulk. You didn't want to go out and qualifying anymore. I mean, this Hockenheimring circuit, particularly the National A Loud, and just the circuit in general, you could say, I think it might be arguably one of those circuits you either love it or you hate it. Is that the feeling you get from this German circuit?
Oh, it was. I think we'd looked at the schedule Tuesday or whenever it was, and I literally saw it with Hockenheim and went, I'm not practicing, hate that track. Because it's a really small track. Like we do 2 minutes around Barcelona last week and a 1 minute 30. When you've got 50 cars, it's quite a one corner mess up and that's it. So it's like you've got to be nailed on. And after we did the practice last night and I felt comfortable, I felt quickish. But I did that in Barcelona. I was quickish in the practice and slow on the Tuesday. So I was just taking it with a pinch of salt. But I think it was just, as soon as I got turn 1 nailed, I thought, right, okay. And then race 2, I had Matthew Addy behind me. And I was like, right, okay, I think I've got the hang of this because he's not catching me. So I think it was just halfway through race 2, something clicked. And then that was it.
Well, it all clicked together in the end, albeit it took some of the races to do so. And going into the races themselves, of course, starting P39 and making your way to P23 by the end of race number 1. Some of that aided by the instance we saw out on the circuit, but also having to hard graft the battles out there. Where did you find you could make the moves happen to gain those places?
No, that's what I mean. I didn't actually gain any moves. It was more of, I'd got through to about P20, and I think I was following Pike. I don't know his name, I apologise. I followed him for long enough. And we were fighting with him, but it was just a hard track. All he had to do was sit in the middle of the track. Don't get me wrong, there were many naughty words shouted, but it's just one of them. He's racing clean. Well, there was no up against it, but it's more annoying because I'm like, I'm quicker. But then a pro would pass him, and then leave, and I'm still sat there. So I was like P20 for a bit, and we'd worked back down to P23 because the track was just that tight and his defending was just that clean.
And well, with that defending, of course, every little bit of battling costs time in the NXTCC, even if it is for just a brief moment. And in the end, that P23 finish in race number 1, it's still a P8 in the Pram class, so some key points gained. And then going into race 2, more of the same, but this time, of course, we had some early instants, but you seem to be well clear of the instants early on and were able to just get onto the bottom end of the top 10.
Yeah, I'd seen a couple of instants that had come through in front, and it was the same again. I think turn 1 and turn 2. It was just, I think people come in and the rules need to slow it down, so I'd slowed it down. And I think with slowing down, you could see where the gaps were going to be, so I'd come through. I think I might have been P4, P5 at that point. Yeah, so I'd passed Addy, so he was behind me, and he kept me honest. Race 2, race 3 were great. And then you had Michael and I think it was Cheverton, 2nd and 3rd, so I was aiming to catch them down. And then ended up coming P11 overall, so I was just like, yeah, I'll take that, I'll just go. And then luckily I was kicking off because I thought I was P13 and getting reverse pole, but I was 11th, so I was impressed with myself. So starting 3rd, got a good run off the line, and then just ran with the pros just to learn more than else.
And coming from race 2 to race 3, from that 3rd place on the Pram podium as well in race 2, which is a good haul of points. In race 3, for the most part, looked as though you're really enjoying the back and forth fighting between yourself, also Matthew Addy in there, and also the pros. But as the race went on, it seemed as though perhaps a bit of tyre life was starting to go against you, and then that unfortunate contact on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, I don't think it was really tyres. I think it was more of, I'm not as quick as the pros, I'll put my hands up. It's like, I think I've done a couple of, like, the VLNs and them, but I've never done a proper season with the touring cars. I think it was more new. And then I defended from the pros that were behind me, and then I think Jamie had come through, and it's like I wasn't fighting him. I was just like, I'm not going to let you through, but if you come through, I'm not going to come back at you. I'm just going to sit behind you, because at the end of the day, I can learn something now from the pros in round 2, then I'll be able to get a hand over the pro-ams. And I was chatting with the person that spammed me, I can't pronounce his name, I'm sorry. It would come through turn 1 and there was a load of back markers fighting the leaders, and I was too busy watching them and missed my braking point, and I wasn't paying attention, and they're coming at back of me. It was completely my fault, and I just sat with my head in my hands. So he was apologising, saying, no, I hit you, and I went, no, it was me. I messed up, I wasn't paying attention. And it was just, I'd concentrated that hard through the race, I just had a 2-second blip.
It was really unfortunate, but at the same time as well, really appreciate the insight with regards to instant between yourself and Wojciech on the penultimate lap of the race. And I'm sure Wojciech will be breathing a little bit of sigh of relief, because at the end of the day, I can appreciate that both of you want to have clean and intense racing. But whilst you may have been denied a Pram win in what would have been your first Pram win of the season, still a P2 on the Pram podium to add to your P3 from race 2, it's a good haul of points from the second round of the championship.
Yeah, I'm going to say it was a shock, because it's like, as I was saying, it was the practice on the Monday. I'm normally near the front anyway. We joke saying, oh, what you're doing in Pro-Am. But it's when it comes to the race and it's looking at the incidents and then you're qualifying when it's busy and working with the team. You've got a bad quality, you've got to work your way back through. And I'm not the best overtaker and I'm still learning the car. But to get a P3 and a P2, if you'd have said that at start at night, I wouldn't have believed you. But I'm happy with what it is. I've just got to aim to keep it clean and just finish the races. That's my main aim. To finish that high up is just even better.
Well, the aim of the game is to finish high up, like you say, and we continue the story in a week's time by heading to Japan for Fuji International Speedway. How are you feeling for the visit to Japan?
I haven't got that track, so that means I'll have to buy that one. I do. It's got a lot of long straights, which will benefit the Audis, everyone says. But as you say, it's also heavy braking. Like, that's where my weak point is. So people were getting me today after turn 2 into 3 because of the heavy braking. So I'm going to have to get a hang of that. But yeah, just take it race by race and go from there.
Well, that's a sensible approach, no doubt about it, Liam. And just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
You for making the stream great. I was watching it when I go to work. I'll be doing the same again tomorrow. Well, probably not, because I don't want to listen to myself. My team, apart from McNally, because I like winding him up and it's funny. And all the people that are running the servers and everything like that. So it's all running great and I love it.
Well, we absolutely love to have you on the grid. There's no doubt about it. I'm very pleased to hear you enjoy yourself, Liam. But with that, thank you for joining me this evening in the post-round interview. A solid set of performances after the challenges of the qualifying, and well, if you keep this up, I'm sure we're going to have plenty more opportunities to see you shine week in, week out. But until then, we'll leave you to it for now. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you next week at Fuji.
Cool. Catch you later.
So here and there from Liam Silkstone, the number 51 driver from SL in Next Gen Gold in the Prime class, and a very different style of day today, it could be said for Liam, in the fact, talking about qualifying firstly, and the fact that after what was a good portion of the qualifying session, deciding he didn't want to be out there anymore, qualifying wasn't going to plan, and in a way, some would say perhaps the British Sam being throwing his teddies out the pram and having a little bit of a tantrum, but in the end it actually worked out on the other end of the spectrum, in the fact starting further back could avoid being in the madness that was at the start of the race in race number 1, having started P39, and make his way through and openly admitting that moving to P23 between qualifying race start and race number 1's conclusion was more down to fortune and just being able to avoid the incident, and also losing a couple of places along the way. But in doing so, it meant that it moved forward, gained some key positions in the Prime class, and could then start to really campaign his way forward in race number 2, to that P11 finish and the P3 on the podium. And then with the reverse grid working out in his favour for race number 3, not quite the pole position he thought he'd get for race 3, but coming close, then it all came down to just trying to take home that Prime win. Not to be unfortunate due to an incident in his own words with regards to breaking a little bit late into turn 2 on the penultimate lap, and then the subsequent, what was we thought was an incident between himself and Wojciech Swirydowicz, but not to be, and well, a second place in the end. The win going to Matthew Addy, but still I think for Liam, he'll feel as though he's a winner in turning around what could have been a difficult night at a circuit he doesn't like into a good night. And indeed, if he can have nights like this at the circuits he doesn't enjoy, then how will he feel when he goes to the circuits which he does enjoy? That is the big question. But then again, he hasn't never raced at Fuji, so I have to wait to see how he feels about that circuit when we see him out on track in round number 3 next week. But now coming on to our next interview, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be hearing from none other than Alex Meredith as he gets ready to join me in the interview room. And well, as he does so, we'll get to hear the story of what has been a strong night from Alex Meredith, no doubt about it, with regards to the fact that returning to the grid after season 6 and immediately coming on with 3 top 10s in the Prime class and a podium with it as well. As he joins me now in the interview room. Good evening to you, Alex. And it's great to firstly see you back on circuit, but how does it feel after a bit of an extended hiatus from season 6?
Yeah, it's been a fun night as always. Obviously, a couple of the results weren't exactly what I was looking for, but yeah, it's been good. Practice has obviously just been getting back into the rhythm of next gen, having 7-8 weeks off. Yeah, overall been pretty fun tonight. Yeah.
Well, it definitely looks as though you're having a lot of fun out there, and it seems though you've picked up from where you left off, perhaps, again, much like Season 6, by showing outright pace from the outset. A P11 in qualifying, a P2 in the Prime class, looked absolutely hooked up out there in qualifying.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it didn't feel like that. Yeah, made a couple of mistakes on my quick lap, and then with the new tyre warming, there's a certain way you do the qualifying where you pit at a point in the quali. I didn't pick that point correctly, and by the end of the session my tyres were completely dead. So even though I had time on the table, I couldn't really find it. So yeah, P11 I'll take it, but could have been in the top 10.
Unfortunate, but still what could have been, and we saw you really try to go to work on that in race number 1. Some early progress in race 1, in the end having to battle with the pros around you, knocking you back to where you started, and a P11 overall finish with that, but still a P2 on the Prime podium, nothing too much to grumble at?
Yeah, it's pretty decent first race, stayed where I was, I think, so pretty good. The safety car sort of took me out of my rhythm a bit. Lost me a bit of pace after the restart. Really struggled to just find that pace again. And then a few misfortunes for pros ahead of me that were naturally quicker, so I didn't really want to fight them, just wanted to keep it clean, end up in P2, get some good points to recover from round 1.
Well, again, putting those points in the Prime class as the priority, and it makes sense. And going into a race number 2, looked as though they're a good start, but very early on, a major incident, and saw you pointing firstly the wrong way and falling all the way down the order.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. It happens in next gen. You've always got to expect it. Just unlucky, 3 wide into a corner. Someone broke a little bit too late. Admitted to it, fair enough, and apologised. Went into the corner too hot. Tapped, I think it was Bobby Thompson, and then he tapped into me, and then yeah, just got sandwiched and spun around. Yeah, just this stuff happens.
Oh, it does indeed, but unfortunately you seem to be on the receiving end of the worst of that instant. The flip side of the coin being, of course, at that point, I suspect it was gloves off and just go all in, and a good recovery drive to make your way back into what was the final of the potential reverse grid positions.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty fun race. I had a few people nearer the start of the race, costing me quite a lot of time. For me, that I felt was quite unnecessary, but I'm sure I would have done it in previous seasons. But yeah, that was a little bit frustrating. But then once I got my act together a bit, got through a few people, and then the ballast really hit me hard because I couldn't make places down the straights. I was losing a lot of time down the straights, and even though I was quicker than the cars ahead, I just couldn't make any moves. And I had some good battles, to be fair, especially in the last few laps. So yeah, overall, pretty nice race, and yeah, really enjoyable, which is what we all want.
Oh, 100%. And speaking of that enjoyment, it looked as though race number 3 was even more of that, moving from P23 to P15 and gaining 2 places in the Prime class to wrap things up with a P6. Perhaps not a top 5, but definitely a hard-earned P6 at that.
Yeah, definitely hard-earned. Could have got P4, definitely potential to get P4 there. I didn't defend enough against Nick. I left the door open at the same place, ironically, that I left the door open for Jamie last season, around this track. So maybe I haven't learned my lessons. And then it just sort of sent me on a backwards trajectory. Me and Sam Vanoltz had a really nice battle at the end. It was really elbows out. He won that battle, but yeah, best man won because it was a really elbows out battle, really enjoyable, aggressive, which is obviously what touring cars is about.
And just on the back of that, of course, elbows out battling, a trait of touring cars. Of course, we have a new contact model with regards to these cars, as well as a tyre model. How have you found adjusting to the idea that you can still race side by side, but perhaps you can't be as brutish as you used to be able to?
Yeah, it's very strange, the new contact model. I think there are a few times where I made contact last season that wouldn't have done anything, but there was one with Sam Vanoltz, in fact, that did do something that I think it probably shouldn't have done anything too detrimental, but that's what we've got to deal with. So we're all on the same level playing field, so we just got to fight through it, get used to it. Pretty much just get over it.
Well, that's absolutely fair, and something that you're having to get used to, and with time you'll get even used to it even more so. But looking ahead now to round number 3, of course you missed round number 1, but you competed in your first round today. We head to Japan for the Fuji Speedway as of next week. How are you feeling for it?
Well, last time I raced at Fuji, it was I think it was a pretty successful night for me. Got a couple of Pro-Am podiums, and obviously with more experience now, I'm going back there with high hopes, hopefully getting maybe a top 15, top 10, get a Pro-Am win possibly. Yeah, just trying to collect those points, really, just recovering from round 1 and the other round I'm going to miss as well. So yeah, just racking up the points.
Well, I'm liking the sound of that, and also the optimism going into next week's round, and we look forward to seeing you go all in for those all-important points. But just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout-out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yep, definitely. First of all, Whiskey Runners and Jonathan Collins and Daniel Fritz. They sort of took me under their wing end of last season, and I've just sort of stuck with them. We've done a good amount of practice before this race, and it did show because Jonathan and Daniel had really great performances. Daniel was quite unfortunate, but Jonathan, 3 AM wins in all 3 races, absolutely brilliant, and getting points racked up for the team, getting points racked up for themselves, and yeah, it's just a nice environment to be in. and also then anybody who's watching me, really appreciate it. And anybody in the admin team, Jamie, Lee, Matthew, you know, all the rest. And obviously you, Paul, as well, for your great commentary always.
Well, Alex, really happy to hear about the dynamic and your relationship with the rest of the Risky Runners team, and it sounds as though you've really found a home in amongst the crew there, and long may that continue. But also, as always, it's been an absolute blast to have you join me in the interview room. Congratulations on your results once again today. Plenty more to come in this long campaign of Season 7, and we'll see how your journey continues in Japan in round number 3. But until then, have a lovely rest of your evening.
Cheers, Paul. You too.
So hearing there from Alex Meredith, and what a challenging day today. Hearing from him there with respect to, firstly, the fact that things working out in qualifying, albeit not the way he wanted them to, and feeling as though there was a top 10 on the cards if he'd been able to hook the lap fully together, but still taking what the hand he'd been dealt with and then moving on into the races. Speaking of which, going into race number 1, finishing at where he started, making some early progress, but then falling backwards in amongst the pro drivers, cutting their way through the field. But a P2 in the Pro-Am class, nothing to laugh at, and some huge points. Race number 2, however, is when he starts to be knocked off of momentum. In the fact, a good start, but by the time he cleared turns 6 and 7 in that freeway contact that saw him turned around alongside Bobby Thompson on the exit of the hairpin, it all went wrong from there. How he didn't give up, turned it around, went racing once again, and enjoyed the thrill of chasing those places back and seeing how far he could recover up through the order, and in the end finishing P23 or P8 in the Pro-Am class with definitely no mean feat and a lot of places gained, and he would do even more in race number 3 to finish P15, and in the end missed out on a potential top 4 in the Pro-Am class in his battling with both Nick Clemens and also Sam Van Olst, of which we're seeing that penultimate lap battle with Sam Van Olst here, and the two of them fighting, and Van Olst getting the upper hand, or the better man on the day as Alex described him. But that's the sign of a good rivalry forming between the two of them, and I suspect even more is to come, and we haven't seen anywhere near the best out of Alex Meredith yet, and I think he's building up to a crescendo. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to our final interviewee of today, and that is going to be none other than Jamie Dory, who we're about to hear a word from. And as we get ready to hear from him, we'll hear his perspective on what definitely has been a fun day of racing for the Next Gen Pink driver from start to finish with regards to battles up and down the field, a qualifying session as well that went entirely well, and therefore there's plenty for the Next Gen Pink driver to be happy about, as we do just wait for confirmation that he is ready to jump in at the interview room. And just give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen. I suspect he is in fact, and he does indeed join me now. Well, good evening to you, Jamie, and what a day it has been at the Hockenheimring. Top 10s across the board overall, including what was almost a perfect run of top 5s as well at the Hockenheimring. Given the intensity of this field that we've only seen after 2 rounds, I mean, you must be absolutely proud of what you've done today.
Yeah, not too bad, eh? You know, just trying to be consistent. Taking the old approach there again with the likes of Wojciech and Mikey, obviously in a car that is suiting them both. So, yeah, just trying to score those points.
Oh, indeed, and score them well you did today. But let's talk a little bit firstly about qualifying. P5 on the grid, the only Honda inside what was a top 6, not the only Honda, the only Hyundai inside a top 6 dominated by Hondas when I get my manufacturers correct. I mean, it looked tough out there in qualifying, but you somehow managed to find a way to creep the Hyundai into, what was that, P5 position. What was qualifying like for you?
Intense with P5 weight going into this one. Obviously, you know, me and Benji are trying a new quali strat. You know, with 4 of us in a team, 4 strong drivers in a team, we're just trying to find a way of getting ourselves up there. The further up you are, the easier it is for race 1, so on and so forth. I think Benji came out with a good. We were the only 2 Hyundais. We're the only 2 cars in the top 10 that won Hondas. Were me and Benji. So says it was a Honda dominant track. I think the best way of putting it was.
Or indeed, it did seem to be a Honda dominant track, and you two are bucking up the trend, if you will. But coming out of qualifying and going into race number one, we did see a lot of back and forth battling between yourself and the likes of Mikey Doble, also thrown in the mix there as well. Lee Horn, with Lee, I think, acting as a little bit of a Yano Truly in a way in the end, everyone being caught up behind him and just not able to find a way through. But how was it for you, given the fact you were in the way the different car in the group with your teammate behind?
Yes, obviously, I knew I had the buffer with the teammate. We obviously talking while I was racing, so I knew I was safe with regards with Benji. It's quite hard with this new tyre model. They obviously go off a cliff quite a lot. And like I say, with P5 weight, it's trying to pick and choose your battles. Even though you're quicker than the car ahead, obviously watching it and commentating on it, you make the move at the wrong time in the wrong place and you're done for. That's exactly what happened, how Mikey got past me. I tried going around the outside of John at turn 11, I believe, and Mikey just got alongside, and it was just obviously me and Mikey racing the way we do. We love each other, but at the same time, fierce rivals, so a lot of door bashing, him not giving me the apex, me trying to push him, so I've got to run out of a corner, and lo and behold, he was the stronger of the two. So yeah, it's just picking and choosing, really.
Indeed, like you say, you've got to play every overtake to perfection and pick the right time and the right spot to overtake on. But still, even though it didn't perhaps quite work out for you to finish inside the top 5 in race number 1, race number 2, we got to see plenty more battling action. And speaking of that action, working with your teammate Benji, we got to see the two of you pull off perhaps one of the smoothest double overtakes that we've ever seen in the NXTCC. I mean, you got to tell us a little bit more about that.
To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur until I've just watched it back on the stream there. You could see Lee was struggling with the weight. I think, Lee coming up to pro class, he's finding that extra step to be a constant top 5 runner in the pro class, or arguably with loads of others. I think the weight is what then I was watching it. I was sat back. I got to slow down at turn 1 through a stupid error myself, and it's just watching Lee with the weight. I could see he was struggling, and obviously he had Isaac all over him, and you could see it. Me and Benji were there. I started hooking onto the back of Benji, going, right, we've got a bit more straight line speed. You have to be careful with the new contact model and so on and so forth. Anyway, there was a little bit of contact between Isaac and Lee touring car racing that stopped them getting the ideal line into turn 9. So I followed Benji and just managed to carry it around the outside where Lee had slowed it down on the apex, and managed to use enough of the run to go around the outside into turn 10. And like I say, I didn't expect it to happen. I was just kind of going to be a nuisance to them, but it worked. So yeah, I'll take it.
Indeed, sometimes the best things happen when you least expect them, and in the end, bringing home what is a double top 5 with your teammate, a huge haul of points for Next Gen Pink in that race to add to the ones from race 1. And then we got to see even more brilliant racing from yourself, and perhaps yourself at your finest in chasing after what was that P2 finish in race number 3.
Yeah, I like the race 3s because it's a different style of race. Obviously, with the weight, you really got to. I prefer to defend than attack, but I love being able to switch the tires on. It's better than what the Audi used to do. Race 3 in the first couple of laps is just, if there's a gap and the gap's big enough for a car, and you've got the confidence in yourself to hold a line, you can put a car places, and it's just picking out those gaps in short sequence. I enjoy race 3. I enjoy the battles with people and the people who are there. I mean, again, everyone tonight with the battles, I thought it was great. Obviously, I know there was contact with Ben in the opening corner. I didn't know we were full wide. We've had a look at that and gone from there. Commiserations to Ben, but it's picking and choosing those battles, and that's the key with it. And that's how I've won championships in the past. And with Wojciech being the outright pace he's got, it's hoping that, as much as I don't want him to, he comes, you know, that there's the odd error or two or incident, and that point lead he will have with the consistency will go forth.
I see, but one thing that there definitely is consistency on your end is the fact, I mean, a 6-time teams champion, you've been part of every team that's won the NXTCC, and NextGen Pink off to a strong start in terms of defense, provisionally just about 111 points ahead of SL in NextGen Gold, only 2 rounds in, we've got a long way to go to be fair, but it looks as though you guys have got your heads down in wanting to make sure this title stays in your hands.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you know, obviously for a single driver's perspective, you want to do well in the overall. However, that teams championship, that 6 times champion, is always there. Teams championship is always there. So, you know, we always talk about it in the teams. You know, we're always conscious of that. We're always trying to help each other. You know, if Benji's quicker or Gav's quicker or Wayne's quicker, we will roll out the way and let the other driver through, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of communication. So I think that's what does it, is, you know, having a strong team, but also the communications of, if you're quicker than one, you will just try not to impede. Like with race 2 with Isaac, I managed to back Isaac up a little bit without compromising my race to let Benji almost guarantee his position. Like I say, I like defending, so, you know, bringing it home in the positions we did just strengthens our team championship.
Oh, without a doubt, and it is a huge team effort, like you say, and all working together towards that common goal. And long may it continue as we look forward to seeing how that campaign pushes on. Speaking of which, round 3 in a week's time, we head to Japan, Fuji Speedway, a circuit in the past that's worked wonders for you sometimes and perhaps not always other times. How are you feeling for it?
I think it'd be interesting. I think this is the first round we actually see the very long straights into the technical last section. So I think the Audi may be strong there, with its getting up to top speed. I think slipstream's going to be key. Honda's going to be good in the middle to last section. I think weight may be a killer. So I think, you know, this time next week we'll have an answer.
I love it, and indeed, sounds like it's going to be perhaps one of the most balanced circuits for all the cars on the grid. But Jamie, just before I do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, my usual lot, you know, yourself for doing the comms and sitting in the comms box, professional as always. NextGen Racing, for everything they do, and, you know, letting us run this championship. All the drivers involved, and the behind the scenes steward and safety car driver. You know, every single person. Alan's been helping out with the points cars and everything. So, you know, the usual people who do all the stuff behind the scenes, because without them we wouldn't have the success in the championship and the dominance we have in the touring cars throughout iRacing we do have.
No, absolutely fair. It's a huge team effort, no doubt about it, and it's glad to hear so many people behind the scenes working to make the NXTCC what it is. But with that, Jamie, it's been a pleasure catching up with yourself tonight on interview, and we look forward to plenty more from yourself in the weeks to come. But until then, have a great rest of your evening, and well done once again.
Cheers, Paul. See you later.
So hearing that there from our last interview of this evening, Jamie Dory, and what a perspective from him with regards to his performances, and the fact, firstly, talking about the dominance of the Honda today, and himself and teammate Benjamin McCluskey really being the 2 Hyundai Velocitors that tried to spoil the results of the Hondas, and squeezing his way into that top 5 in qualifying, and having to work incredibly hard with a P5 success ballast weight as well, and not easy to budge what is 24.5 kilograms of weight. Not as much as some of the leaders, but without a doubt definitely making it harder and harder. Then coming on into the races as well, a huge amount of teamwork going in between himself and his teammate Benji, with Gavin being a bit further down the order but still fighting for good overall points. But the point being, having to work together in both races 1 and 2 in order to try and bring those results home, and race 2 with that opportunistic slide into P5 for the term to finish back-to-back P4, P5 inside the top 5 of race number 2, where it just goes to show you the teamwork ethic all coming to fruition. Race number 3, enjoyed the race more, as he mentioned, really enjoys those reverse grid races for the fact you've got the weight in the car, normally more of a defensive stance, but here is able to go on the attack and one by one work his way into that P2 finishing position. And classic Jamie Doble driving at its finest there, playing it safe, being a bit Turkington-esque, but at the same time as well knowing when to pounce and grab the big score. And well, Next Gen Pink definitely leading the way in the Teams Championship as we'll come to shortly, but there's a long way to go, and I can imagine that Dory at the head of the helm will be very eager to make sure that progress continues smoothly. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of our interviews for today. We'd like to say a big thank you to all 3 of our interviewees. Firstly, we heard from our Pro-Am driver of Liam Silkstone for SRW Next Gen Gold in the number 51. We then heard from the number 19's Whiskey Runners Racing at Pro-Am class machine of Alex Meredith. And then last but not least, we've just heard from the Pro classes Jamie Dory, piloting the number 13 for Next Gen Pink. Congratulations to all 3 of our drivers on their brilliant performances today. Thank you to them for their time in the post-round interview room, and we look forward to plenty more in the rounds ahead. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, whilst we didn't get the chance to do it as of last week, now that we've got a couple of rounds under our belt, we can start to bring you what is the provisional championship standings after each round. And we start off after 2 rounds with the overall drivers championship. And as we can see here, 2 rounds in, it's Wojciech Swirydowicz who is leading the way by a growing margin, and that margin already up to what is the best part there, if my maths is correct, of 57 points over Mikey Doble. With Swirydowicz grabbing the majority of the points, albeit Adam Delmont taking a couple of points more by comparison in P4, but quite a way back, and Swirydowicz already started to carve out that early lead, and Doble right now having to look more and more behind him to see a rising presence of Jamie Dory and also Adam Delmont there in the wings. Benjamin McCluskey leads the hunt for P5, 20 points clear of Lee Horn, and it can't be understated just how strong Lee Horn's performances were today, as whilst he may not have been the fastest driver out there, he definitely put on some solid defensive work in races 1 and 2 to make sure the points came his way. And then Isaac Doble in at P7, a further 2 points behind, 5 clear of Matthew Addy, the leading Pro-Am driver in the overall standings. And well, I can tell you that P8 position, should it stand and he doesn't go any higher, means he will not be taking what will be overall success ballast. He'll be taking class success ballast based on the provisional Pro-Am standings. You'll see those shortly, but Addy definitely making himself felt inside that top 10. The same for Ben Altrier, and also there for Andrew Pike, albeit Altrier, the second of our Pro-Am drivers there, just ahead of the Pro, with Pike really having a difficult day at the office today and not really getting any points on the board, and I suspect he'll be working the Hockenheimring around now as his drop round. Luis Pascucci holds P11, 110 points, equal to Liam Silkstone, and they're both ahead by 3 points of Nick Clibbins, with Andy Fox being brought down to P14. Outside the top 10 he falls after a difficult day today, only scoring overall points in race number 2, and Adam McNally completing that top 15. We then come to the Pro-Am class Drivers' Championship standings, and provisionally inside the top 15, as we can see here, it's Matthew Addy who now leads by 9 points over Ben Altrier, and the 2 are 50 points clear of Nick Clibbins. The fight is on is at the top, and Matthew Addy seems to be Mr. Consistent, whereas Altrier seems to be the man with the pace, but which one of the two of them is going to be able to break the deadlock and get ahead of the other? Nick Clibbins, meanwhile, moves to P3, rising up through the ranks, but hot on his heels is Liam Silkstone with a great set of performances today, moving into P4. 1 point ahead of Andy Fox, who's fallen from grace, but then again, keep in mind this round has been a blip, and you never know what could happen in a week's time. Michael Lee sits P6 ahead of Matthew Cheverton by 12 points in their ongoing fight to break into the top 5 after Fox, and then we do have Vanols, Moraes, and Blair, who complete your top 10 there, with Sam Vanols currently at what is 6 points ahead of Duncan Moraes, the 2 teammates of Goldwyn Motorsports, who are gradually creeping away from Blair, the Frenchman right now waiting for his fortune to turn around. A great result in race number 2, no doubt about it, but he'll want those results to come his way across all 3 races in a round, and then we get to see the true calibre of the Valkyrie X-Type driver. Luke Jones, meanwhile, sits best rest P11, a further 10 points behind the top 10, with Alan McCain in 131 points in P12, ahead of James Spencer's by a single point. And it's Mark Sykes and Alex Meredith who complete your top 15, bearing in mind that Alex Meredith doing his first round of the season as of today. We then come to the AM Drivers' Championship provisional standings, and here we can see Daniel Fritz now moves to the top, 2 points clear of Sam Bradley, and how the fortunes have been reversed as a result of the results today. And sandwich in Bradley is the other Whiskey Runners racing driver of Jonathan Collins, albeit Collins a little bit further afield perhaps than he'd like to be, and Matt Emmons hot on his heels 10 points behind in P4. Mark Kent, P5, in a little bit of a quiet day today, other than his performance in race number 3, and therefore 9. There's still plenty more to come as he tries to push forward for favour and success. And Craig Tillerson, meanwhile, on 218 points, leading the fight for the rest of the drivers outside the top 5, with what is there a couple points between himself and Roy Plummer. And then it is none other than Mitchell West, Josh Brown, and Kevin Smith who complete your top 10. Your top 10. Kevin Smith, of course, not on the grid today, and therefore this will become his drop score round. And meanwhile, we do have Lewis Mason and Costa Chatscontinental getting their first points on the board, and they complete the stands for drivers who've got points against their names, with Tom Delaney, Mike Curtin, and Gabriel Yilmaz yet to score any points. But lastly, we come to the Teams Championship, and as we can see here, it is none other than NextGen Pink who lead the way by 111 points over SRO NextGen Gold, and Semper Racing only a further point behind. Noticeably, however, JW Motorsport have also moved to P4, and Doble Sim Racing have dropped all the way down to P5. However, they are equal in points to Aztec Racing, and more so, it is less than 200 points that separates the top 7. With NextGen Blue rebranded to Sam Cases UK with NextGen, sitting in P7 there, 185 points behind what is the leaders, and Full Tilt Motorsport and Valkyrie Exile also in that 200 point gap on P8 and P9 respectively, and it's 199 points separating the top 9 teams after only 2 rounds, which shows how close it is between all the teams and how the points continue to ebb and flow. Whiskey Runners Racing, meanwhile, round off the top 10 there, 274 points behind on 150, knowing that right now they're leading the fight to stay inside the top 10 versus some of their lower placed rivals. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show, and perhaps you're sat there right now on the back of today, wanted to know more about the Next Gen Racing community, about how you can be on the grid for any of our ongoing and upcoming series, or alternatively, you just want to know a little bit more about the guys and girls behind the scenes at Next Gen Racing, or everything in between, well, the first thing we recommend is that you go to our website. That's at www.nextgenracing.co.uk, and as our website appears on screen in front of you now, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, as we continue to go from strength to strength into our 17th year of hosting sim racing leagues, previously on console, but nowadays primarily focused on PC. Well, there's never been a better time to become part of the Next Gen Racing community. You can find out all the latest information regarding Next Gen and how to join the community on our official Discord in some sweet and simple clicks. You can get to exactly what you need with regards to Next Gen. But if you don't want to go to our website, perhaps you're more of a Facebook person, where you can always, of course, join our Facebook group at facebook.com/groups/NextGen Racing, where there you can find out more about the guys and girls behind the scenes who make up Next Gen in terms of the staff members and admins, and also what they do not just on the virtual circuit, but also the real circuit, where a number of our administrators being real-life track marshals, if not real-life racing drivers. We'd also like to take a moment to say a thank you to our sponsors, without whom this would not be possible, including PowerMax, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Sam Cases UK, Douglas Motorsport, Falconer PCs, Benji at Sim Photos, and of course, last but not least, our title sponsor for this season at Doble Motorcycles. And if you're in the market for a motorcycle as manufactured by Honda, or whether it's on 2 wheels, alternatively, perhaps you're looking for an ATV on 4 wheels, well then why not consider Doble Motorcycles? For the simple reason, it is the leading motorcycle dealer in the UK for Honda motorcycles. And if you'd like to know more about them, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, attention now turns to round number 3. We're 2 rounds in, a fifth of the way through, and the intensity is not dropping, it's only rising. And, well, in a week's time, we head to Japan for a circuit that every time we visited it in the NXTCC, it has led to some incredible races, as per the insights offered by Jamie Dory earlier on in his post-round interview. One of the most balanced circuits on the calendar, it is none other than Fuji Speedway. And in the foothills of Mount Fuji, which of our drivers will lead the way in the charge as they make the way through into round 3 and complete the first third of the season? Well, to find out all that and more, you'll have to tune in next time live from Circuit Side for round 3 on Tuesday the 6th of August 2024. But until then, we have been Next Gen Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most importantly, as always, ladies and gentlemen, remember to stay on track. Good night.